Fellow freedom fighters, comrades and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Accra and to this conference of African freedom fighters and supporters of the growing movement for Africa's liberation and unity. It is good for our cause to have a periodic meeting of this kind to examine our position in the great struggle to rid Africa completely and forever of imperialism and its handmaidens, colonialism and neocolonialism. Africa is rich and not poor. As the great wealth that has been taken out of our continent over 5 centuries of spoliation and extortion very well proves. Africa has immense actual and potential wealth: gold, diamond, copper, manganese, bauxite, iron ore, uranium, asbestos, chrome, cobalt, a host of other minerals. Our essential agricultural produce have all been drained away by colonialist imperialism. Africa is far from being poor. It is Africans who are poor, not Africa. And they are poor because of the uncounted profit that has been made out of the exploitation of their labor and their lands. If we are being baited to enter a European community, we must have something that community needs, and needs badly, when it pretends to offer a bonus by way of aid. When Greeks come bearing grapes, should we not look them well in the mouth, if I may mix my metaphor? But I'm sure you get my meaning. I raise this point so that it will stay in your minds when you may be tempted by the seductive promises of new colonialism to forget the real character of colonialist imperialism and be persuaded away from your own true interests and those of Africa. For today, we must each see ourselves as part of Africa in order that we may face colonialist imperialism and its new form, neocolonialism, on a continent-wide front. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak. As I see it, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continued struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia, or between Zanzibar and Kenya, Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland, and the Ivory Coast. Because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between the Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence, are willing to drop it for some token aid and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost. Even though I appreciate the difficulties facing us, I must admit, I find it strange to watch some of us returning willingly to the colonialist fold. This time, they don't even have the excuse of being forced to subject themselves to foreign domination. It makes one wonder why so much effort and sacrifice and so many lives were given up to the achievement of independence in the first place, if it can only be so quickly and easily surrendered. We must begin to build immediately our own continental common market. For it is easy for anyone who studies the Common Market Organization closely to realize that the common market is aimed at harnessing the African countries to satisfy the profit lust of the imperialist bloc and to prevent us from following an independent neutralist policy. It is easy to see that the imperialists and the colonialists are determined to retain the African countries in the position of suppliers of cheap raw materials. If we do not resist this threat, and if we throw in our lot with the common market, we shall doom the economy of Africa to a state of perpetual subjection to the economy of Western Europe. This will, of course, hinder the industrialization of our young African states. It is impossible to think of economic development and national independence without possessing an unfettered capacity for maintaining a strong industrial power. The activities of the common market are therefore fraught with dangerous political and economic consequences for the independent African states. The organization constitutes an attempt to replace the old system of colonial exploitation by a new system of collective colonialism, which will be stronger and more dangerous than the old evils we are striving to liquidate from our continent. This is another reason why we should come together in a unified African economic plan, which, operating on a continental scale, can make a solid attack on the imperialist domination in Africa. We should, without delay, aim at the creation of a joint African military command. There is little wisdom in our present separate effort to build up and maintain defense forces, which, in any case, would be ineffective in a major world conflict. If we examine this problem realistically, we would ask, which single African state could protect itself against an imperialist aggressor? And how much more difficult this will be when some states are allowing the imperialists to maintain bases on their territories. I have already referred to the military forces which South Africa is raising and the danger it poses for the new African states and the struggle of those still in chains. Only our unity can provide us with anything like adequate protection. Those problems can best be met within a unified Africa, and it should be possible in the higher reaches of our endeavor to devise a constitutional structure which will secure the objectives I have outlined, and yet preserve the sovereignty of each of the countries joining the Union. Countries within the Union will naturally maintain their own constitutions, continue to use their own national emblems and national anthems and other symbols and paraphernalia of sovereignty. Regional associations and territorial groupings can only be other forms of balkanization unless they are conceived within the framework of a continental union. There are existing models which we can modify or adapt to our pattern. The United States of America, the Soviet Union, India and China have proved the efficacy of unions embracing large stretches of land and population. Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence. Long live your struggle. And long live African unity.
Now that's not what is going on. Okay. Now that's not what is going on. That what we are experiencing today globally, but in specifically Africa, West Africa, Nigeria, ever is here, was accurately predicted by none other person by Kwame Nkrumah in 1963. That was just 3 years after their independence. And no, 4 years after their independence. I think they got their independence in 1959 or 58, if I'm not mistaken. Make I see. Shame on me anyway. Oh, 57. March 57. So this was literally 6 years after their independence and 3 years after our own. And I would say maybe the same year USAID was opened their first office in Nigeria. But what am I trying to say here? If you listen to our you listen to from our national newspapers to national television to the cable to the content creators on social media, it just we are one thing we stand out that okay, these people are not in charge of what they are talking about. That's literally what I can tell. Because literally from one propaganda to another, one distraction to another, we, the village people, forgot that. Not because we forget. I don't think we are even interested in their debate anymore. But we forget that at the end of all this noise, even in the midst of all this noise, the only weapon, the only opportunity, the only small window that the ordinary person has to either make a statement, to fight back, to do whatever is election. And that one is already here. The next election cycle is already with us. But the fact that those who are major beneficiary of the economy or the political structure as it is don't even care and engage in issue that they know lead to understand what is going on. But my pain is that any moment from now, after all this noise, as soon as we enter like January, then you will see them, they will turn their attentions to the average poor person who has no clue of what is going on. We will begin dictate to that person. You have to vote for the best person. You have to vote for this person. You have to do this. If you don't do this, if you don't do this, because that's the next chapter. Right? There's no time to plan. There's no time to organize. There's no time to teach. There's no time to educate. There's no time to evaluate what we did wrong the last time. No. Everybody is caught up one political system. Like all kind of noise, as if really we can change anything. As currently the country is, we have no control of what happened to us or how it happens, unfortunately. Americans know they consult anybody, they don't argue with anybody, they don't deal with anybody, they do whatever the fuck they want to do when the time comes. It doesn't matter. I think that Eric Kissinger put it very accurate. It is dangerous to be an American enemy, but it is more fatal to be a friend. So what we are seeing is Nigerians defining their stand. They are being forced. I say they are because I'm talking about the government, the elite who are the custodians of the structure of the country as it is. So you heard that they're being pushed to the wall, right? They don't get choice. They are being asked to define their stand. Where are you? Where do you belong? And they understand that regardless of what side they embark on, there is consequences. So the confusion within the Nigerian governing circle is that, okay, which consequence can we take on and still come out victorious? I mean, when I come out victorious, just them, but not the whole nation, because the whole nation is not even under their control. So to understand what is going on, you have to go back to the 60s. That's why I played that Kwame Nkrumah's video. You have to go back to the 60s, where nations are being empowered, nations were being created, and are being given ultimatum to either be on the Soviet Union side or the American-led West. It's a battle between the capitalists and the socialists. This time around, the socialists is led by quote-unquote enemy, the Soviet Union and Russia, and that of America. And to understand how we handle that period, you have to see it from the eyes of our leaders. It was at the peak of independence. The leaders who spearhead the conversation, who lead the debate, who lead the Nigerian side, who are these people? I'm talking about the likes of Zik, the likes of Awolowo, the likes of Anahoro, Bello, Tafawa, and the rest of them. But what was the motivation? What is their influence behind their allegiance? Kwame Nkrumah came back from America just like me, jobless, broke, and hungry. But all of a sudden, he founded West African Pilots, which is a radio station, just like the Sahara Reporters, right? And it was 100% pro what? US led by the West led by the US, of course. That no hard. Now they in go school. Now then given the opportunity that they asked at that time. The likes of Awolowo was a British, alleged to British, which is the same thing. Both the Britain and America on the same side. Tafawa Balewa, the same thing. So these people were groomed to see Nigeria, to take Nigeria to that route, regardless of the consequences. But of course, they were also complacent. They are hungry, they are poor, and they just can't imagine themselves going out like that. So they have to give in. So fast forward to today, that's exactly what is happening. Donald Trump is forcing the Nigerian elites, who, by the way, are all compromised because they all live either in the US, Dubai, America, London, your families, your friends, their education, their allergy, I mean, you name it. What they hold dear most is 100% in the trust of the Western capitalists, who are now asking them, say, come. It doesn't matter if coming with us is pretty much an existential part to take to your people. We don't give a shit. Just like Jimmy Diamond clearly stated at the beginning of Bola Tinubu administration. It doesn't matter what the condition that the change that the economy is going through is going to bring to the people. We don't give a fuck. We just have to expand. And they don't have to give you a reason why they are doing that. If you look hard enough, you know that they are in the war mood. And war is expensive. So it has to be financed one way or the other. So Nigerians elites over the years have been playing the devil ostrich. They dine with the enemy, which is China-led BRICS. They, on the other way, they are faced with also giving the citizen the best. And the only way you can give it citizen the best is when you control the resources nationally. But the situation where the resources is not under your control, how do you achieve that? Coupled with the greed of power, of not going out without being known, which is the ideology that drove the likes of Azikiwe, Awolowo, and the rest of them down to Obasanjo. And today it is Buhari, it is Tinubu. It's all the same. But we can go on and on and on and on and on, identify the problem where it's come, that I agree or disagree with. At this point, it's beyond our control. Not 100%, but the only way that we see whole sway, we see whole power, is through the system that was built to in a way alienate us, but it still give us some rights if we're ready to work hard enough, which is where I say politics is local. Wanna like, share, and subscribe. Those three witches. I see you. So Kwame Nkrumah laid down so well for us. There's nothing that at this point is too late. It's just for us to start identifying the little loopholes in their activities, then we take advantage of that. Other than that, it's one buruburuze, as they say. So the phrase "politics is local" was originally, traced to Tip O'Neill. He's an American politician. The guy was a Speaker of the House of Representatives from 1977 to 87. 10 years. too much now popularize the phrase that politics is local, but you don't need a professor from Harvard or Unilag or EPOMA to actually analyze what that means. It's as clear as daytime. Politics is local means regardless of all the attempts or the permutation or the big grammar issue that they are bombarding an average Nigerian who live in the village of Ekoma or live in the village of Abao has nothing to do with it. Its number one priority is how do I feed today? How do I survive today? Not from the big grammars, the big foreign policy yet, like how do I make sure I survive this my immediate environment? Because that's the only thing under my control. I think if we begin to approach issue like that, we might be aging to a solution. But there's a reason why those who dominated the conversation, politically speaking, don't see that route, because going that route automatically means that their own contribution to the life they live in will either be minimal, invisible. But human beings are not built like that, especially the today human who is 100% loyal towards capitalism. God is the money of today. And at the foundation of capitalism is competition. I have to stand out. I have to be the best, not just from the world, at the nation stage, local stage, but even from your family. Even the family that you create or creating, you still want to stand out. Thanks to what the religion called capitalism, which give us motivation tools to just stay locked in, as they say. So at its core, the phrase that means either national or global issue. Those things are only matters to voters insofar as they affect their daily life. Before you come to community, then the immediate concern of the nation states. So an average politician lose or win election, not by debate, not by debate, nor your ideology that you can relate to those in America, you can relate to those in China, you can relate to those in Kafanchan, in Meduguri, in Abuja, in Benin. You don't win. You don't win politics. You don't win election based on that. You have to be able to narrow your concern to the concern of the people, the local problem. Ability for you to relate to the local problem. Relate, even if you cannot solve it. We give you a way. Barack Obama is a prime example of that. He was able to tailor his message in a way that an average American who doesn't even understand what it means to be mainstream but can relate. It takes the message directly to them. Whatever it is that you are going through, you can overcome it. And together we can, which makes it more powerful. However ridiculous that message sounds, however ingenious, however you see it, but an average human can relate. It doesn't matter your orientation, your level of education, your level of cosmology, whatever who you are. Once you can internalize that I can, and if I dare to join force with you, we can even make it bigger. That's a winner. There's no way you can compete with that and defeat it. Fast forward to and now these are people who are not local per se, but carry local message. But Obama is as elitist as it can be. is that the top of the intellectuals and top of the credentials as it can be. So in a way, he's not even raised to able to reason with you, but ability for him to work with people who can tailor that message to everybody, understanding that was it. Say make I hold on with the miss the position. Yeah, make I hold on. Wait first. I know. Let me. It's my audio even good. Say now. I just he just hit me. Say I'm not with my earpiece. All right. Anyway, what they're going on? What's going on? Where's my Daniel? I'm blessed. I greet and I say, Ovie, I know you are realist, and that's one thing I like about you. Be truthful. Can Nigeria at this point change for the better without an external force of catastrophe or whatever? No, of course. Right? For you to say we without those, no. If you want that change, you talk up now. You are now the level of the catastrophe, the debt that we are going to incur depends on the level of change you want. All right. What if this guy, this American civil rights activist who adopts Carmichael's something Carmichael, but he ended up being Kwame. I remember the guy name. The guy said if you organize little, you get little done. If you organize much, you get much done. If you don't organize at all, you ain't get nothing done. So that's why they always say people don't make change, don't bring change. Organized people do. So it depends on the level of change that we are ready to embark on. We also quantify the level of risk we. I mean, and they always talk and say to change to push the force the Nigerian state go from regional governance to a presidential system, which is unity governance. It costs 3 million plus lives, which is the civil war. People don't want to actually see that. The day that we people will always the day they will teach us history from different angle, then you go understand why I arrive by that conclusion. Just look at that word too. Vietnam self. Vietnam up to today, the effect of the bomb we then received still there. Why? People say, oh, America did not win the Vietnam War. How do you know they did not? Who tells you they don't want? Do you know why they were there in the first place? They went into Vietnam to make sure the Vietnam people are not in a position to create a national government. So and today, if you go Vietnam today, an American companies dominate everywhere. Even as company they move from China, they go Vietnam, it's still being led by the American company. So if you see from that angle, the idea of victory go or loss will now appear different. So if it costs us 3 million souls just to force us to be under one government, the question here now asks that for us to now force get the kind of freedom we want, what is it going to cost us? It will cost us a lot. But it's not it costs us a lot because no be one shot. Now over it take years, if not decades. But the way we are now, the elites, those who are in charge of power right now, they no do anything. So there's no hope on those on us as it is. So blessed, you say, hold on, we they mix the poison. What's that? You call us witches to like and share. So I said we they mix the poison. I go, okay, you get it, you get it. Kwame Ture, right? Yes, I think that's the guy. That's Carmichael. Yes. So the truth is that, as you rightly put it, that should be truthful. The truth is that can Nigeria at least be, we feel change, but it's going to. That's why I said. That's why I'm coming in my own approach with this. In order to mitigate the casualty that is going to come by just going all the way, we go gradually. Let's go back and take our community. Because all the problem we will get, either internally, externally, can only be addressed from the first principle. Let's go down to just go to the basis. Forget president first. It's beyond our pay grade. I keep saying it. Nigeria collectively, they are poor. We cannot finance presidency. This is a billionaire's enterprise. Let's leave that first. But again, with understanding that the president is nothing without the people, even though that they force the people they give to support the president now. So we leave that for the big boys. Let them do their thing. But we also now come down to the next level. What is the next level? It's not even Senate, House of Rep, even though Nigeria the law as in, but we have to come down to the governor's level. The governors have now it's a billionaire position, it's a billionaire game, right? It's a billionaire game. But we will see, then we have to now look at the citizen of each state, how much resources they get other than their numbers. Because in game of politics, there are two currencies, cash and numbers. But in reality, cash, money buy everything, including the numbers. So how rich are the citizens of that state? In Nigeria, a clear example between Lagosians and people for Edo State. Clearly, people for Lagos get money pass, right? But also, so is the fight that is ahead of them. But they can put one or two. An average Lagosian can spare 1 naira to go into to those who are on the field organizing. How much can an average Edolite spare? 5 kobo, whatever, but they cannot. The economic power is not compared to that of Lagos. It's not. It's nothing to write home about. Now, you said, Daniel said, without external force of disaster, Nigeria can never change. The system is rotting beyond repair. Without a huge catastrophe, Nigeria will only keep getting worse. It's already a mafia state. Yeah. Now that's fact. Right? We are saying the same thing. But if the approach that you are taking, that if they use the word can never, that means it's cast in stone, and there's nothing like that. Nothing stand. If you believe that the American might as it is today is not going to last forever, then how you say? So see it from that angle, because all you need to, or another way to see from our own Nigerian perspective is that if the older guys will be telling that, oh, it was better in the 70s. It was better in the 60s when we just need to get independent. Yes, because the government that we adopted at that time is British government, and the power is kind of like split in 3 ways, right? But what you now understand that as the British people, they lose their grip on their territories to the Americans, our problem, the suffering go to the next level. So we are now saying, oh, the British era is better than the American era. That's pretty much what we are saying indirectly. So you now look to the future. If nothing is permanent, if the American might is not going to be here forever, what is likely to take over it? Or what likely to happen? Some people will say, oh, China will take over. Fine. If we agree that China is next, what is going to be our fate under China? Because the British came with civilization. We change our own civilization. Our own civilization is evil. So they succeeded in taking it away and give us what we have today. The Americans say, no, fuck these people, they're already civilized. Let's democratize them. In other words, let's change how they govern themselves so that we have direct access to their resources, because that's all it's about. The British have access to our resources via civilization, in the name of civilization. The American came in the name of democracy. The Chinese are coming with what? Development. And it's not rocket science. They are building your railways, building your port, they are trying to build your factories, right? So if they succeed in becoming world hegemony, so they will descend on us based on what? In the name of what? Helping us to develop. So what will now be that? So at a time whereby the world is gradually moving towards singularity. In other words, there's going to be a big brother. In other words, our economy is going to be run by few companies. To actually understand that, you need to understand the victory of Mandani in New York. That is pretty socialist. If that have a central power, that means majority of New Yorkers will be giving free food, free the street. By who? Government no they produce anything, by still the same capitalists. But this time around now, it's going to come under corporation, big corporation. So if you live in America, you understand what I'm describing. So now, so just like in order to civilize us, they have to have boot on the ground. The big craze come over our head, beat all our juju, according to them, come over our head. The democracy doesn't have to do that. Democracy just have to build institutions that they can use in getting our power among us to run those institutions, right? The NGOs, the churches, the schools, what have you, the presidential system of government itself, right? So the Chinese are coming at a time whereby the Americans will build corporation that will run everything. Everybody we never see maybe in the next 10 years, everything we will chop for Nigeria will come under 1 or 2, 3 companies. You can only go to ShopRite to buy yam, or you can only go to one other, just like that. So all the Chinese need to do is to just take ownership of those corporations, and they will just stay in Beijing and just do the remote things. Now, I know I'm going to wide and far, but we will get them last. Daniel said, bro, with what I know, things I saw, my mouth cannot talk. I hold you, my family, the part of the system. It is you things the way I see things and know how they. No, it doesn't. What you are saying that change cannot happen. That's not true. You understand? It's just not time and how that we cannot determine. That we don't know how and where we will die. When the French people decided to take their destiny in their hand, they kill everybody. Even the leaders, their own leader that led the revolution, they take them out. So this is why they talk so forget. So it's just a matter of time. Nothing starts forever. They like when it happened. As I said, both the leaders of those revolutions were wiped out. So I get what you are saying, but it's no matter how they do and reach, a time will come. Because another thing that you also need to put into consideration, poor people really cannot stage a revolution and be successful. The educated and the educated class and those who are economically buoyant will also have to be annihilated from the system before they revoke. And them go organize and finance the system. So, and we are getting to that point gradually when you have so many people who we know are qualified to be in elected position. Just look at last year, 2023 presidential candidate. They are almost 30. So a change will come. Again, it doesn't. Now depends on who lead that change. Change will surely happen, but it will not happen the way we think it. Of course, that's why it's in our time. If you say no be our time, and I believe it no be our time, we cannot do anything. So, but a change will come. It's just a matter of how and when. And again, how and when has to come with how much we understand the problem and how far we are ready to fight it. Right? Before the American colonies get independent, there were things like this too. They believe the British will never leave. But they take their destiny into their hand, coupled with the other entanglement that the British people have, and they succeeded. The Indians too. Indian. Before the British invasion of Indian, where their economy was like almost 1/4 of the world. That means in every $4 you spend, one of them is from India. That's how big India economy is, just like the way American economy is pretty much today. But guess what? By the time the British people descend on them, finish with them, they become one of the most poorest economy in the world. But guess what? They succeed. They came back. They succeeded in chasing their oppressors away. So you understand what that means? Just like it's just the same thing that is happening to us, right? People go say, "Oh, in 30 years ago, 40 years ago, Nigeria get a textile industry," right? Today, we see they wear the same textiles brand, but it's just that it's coming from another place. That's exactly what British did to India. Because there were only 4 places, in terms of geographical location that the cotton were actually in it, just like oil, like some sort of a Virginia here in America, then talking about the Indian, then some far place in the east and all. That's where all these cotton. So the British, the Indian people were far ahead in terms of industrialization than every other Western nation you can think of. But at a point, they thought there had no hope before Muhammad Ghani came, and the change. They are still going through the changes. So I'll tell you, that change cannot happen internally. Only an external force can affect the change. No, I disagree with you. That's where I think now the problem where we get with that. The problem where we get with that. There's no change that happened in the world anywhere. I take you on anyone that did not happen. The foundation is not local. Yeah, finance might come, other help might come from outside, which is normal. But not lie. Now the people that they feel liberate themselves. You cannot. I think that's the problem we are having too. We wait there outside. We think now we don't see. No. Because me and you, just like you're talking about the sacrifice it's going to take, me and you are not built. We are no longer built to go for that sacrifice. That's why I asked KJ and Dr. Dameji. If they make it clear to you, if Jesus Christ make it clear to you, say now you go your village, go become counselor, your people will not be better off. Will you go? The guy said no. So the change no will come. That's why Muhammad Gandhi, as a lawyer, had to go back to their village and begin to teach how to resist these people. The French Revolution, I tell you, everybody, they massacre everybody, including those that led the revolution. So the change cannot come from outside. It will happen. That's now because the majority of the people don't understand where the problem is coming from. That's why we see they did it. The more they understand, the more problem those. That's why I said politics is local. By the time we start voting for people that we live together, we eat together, their children go to the same school, my children, my brother, the level of compromise will reduce because our problem is just compromise, right? Greed, internal greed, fueled by the outsiders used to grab it. Because our problem not really be, the origin of our problem not really is not internal, but it has internal support. Unless with the hope, say in 100 years' time, Nigeria feel better. That's what you they think before. You think Of course, we are talking. It is the change when me and you the ambition. Nah, no. That's why I thought say no be me and you. We no go see how. It's not going to come in the now. Yes, in the next 100 years because the world they reshape again. We were given independence 1960. That was aftermath of the Second World War. We never even feel govern ourselves to the satisfaction of the majority of the locals. Right? So this 100 years, that's what we'll be fighting. Going to the next 100 years, now that time we will begin to fight for economic freedom. And it will take time because those who have embarked on that fight before us are the South Africans. How far they don't go, right? Now only they don't actually have a complete understanding that without total control of the economy, even the governance freedom we have is nothing. So we are not even at that stage yet. So yes, I'm talking about the next 100 years. Because the next 100 years is what is being designed right now by what Americans are doing. Economically, ideologically, you name it. Everything is taken in different dimensions. Yes, it's going to take that long, my brother. Again, as I said, it depends on us. Now we go define how much casualty we are going to endure and how long it's going to take us. But that will start from the understanding of our core problem. I disagree, and external force can't give us change, and external force can't give us. We are saying the same thing now. The only external force that can give us the change for Nigeria, that's not be the same thing with the talk. That's what I'm saying. There's nobody who come from outside to liberate Nigeria. Only Nigerians. Even the Nigerians outside, the worst they can do is finance. That's it. But at this point, they don't even get the kind of money first. Nigeria, we are just deceiving ourselves. Nigerians abroad no get money. I don't think Nigerians are ready to have that conversation. We don't have that kind of money. We don't. Don't forget all this one where they deceive us with the saying, now money with the saying go Nigeria and how they survive the economy. That they just the boo us. Nigeria don't have that kind of money yet. External force will only make it worse, which is what is happening. External Nigerians with radical mindset can help the internal Nigerians to give us. That's what I'm saying. But the Nigerian diaspora we have are illiterate of how the world works. They are illiterate in terms of where they live, the state they live on, the country they live on, of how things work over there. But most importantly, we are still basking in the wisdom of slavery, because we get 1,000, which is we are better than those people. So the average Nigerian diaspora cannot, as of today, no. Now, in fact, I don't know how to describe them. They are far from even. They are worse than where we were before. Daniel said, I bless a Nigerian outside care. How many Nigerians outside really want change in Nigeria? There's no difference between those outside. No, I disagree with you. Those in Nigeria are still better, regardless of how they see. We were there abroad. In fact, I don't know. Our contribution right now is to sink us deeper, is to enslave us more. We were there abroad. Our dumbness, our lack of understanding of how the world works is dangerous. They harm us. That's why people would use the work by instead of killing. Who the fuck are you doing? They would be happy saying, "May America assembly." Like our mentality is so backward that 100 years change. If people say that 200 years, bless it. Okay. Sorry. I got you. I made a mistake. I understand you now. So we have to go back to we have to take that phrase literally. Politics is local. And every Nigerian should focus on his locality. This idea that we want to be like Lagos, we want to be like Kano, we want to be like New York and Dubai. Man, I don't want my village to be like New York. Oh. I don't want my village to be like New York. I don't even want it. No, I don't want all that. Those people, those are commercial prison that you are educated and empowered to build your own prison. I don't want to. So until you begin to look at your immediate environment, if you cannot drive 10 minutes from your house to your councillor, to your chairman, to your House of Rep house office, you don't have any business voting for that person. If your children know they go the same school that your councillor, chairman, governor, House of Rep, they go, yes, you have no point in voting for that person because it's not coming to work for you. It's coming to work for where his interest lies, and where his interest lies is where his family resides. It's where his business resides. That's why we were going to start the revolution. The revolution is not going to be televised. Nobody actually run up another revolution now. Nobody does that. You have to go and recruit soldiers. Who are those soldiers? Those soldiers are the people that you can relate to and can relate to you. Those are the people that you go to war with, and you'll be rest assured that nobody will betray you. Somebody will not go and stalk his family in New York and New Jersey and be coming to tell you that let's go to war. At the end of the day, if they kill him, that's so be it. He has nothing to lose because he could die one day anyway. But his legacy and his family lives. What about you? They will wipe you out, wipe your family out, burn everything that you have out. You're gone. Your history will never be written by any of your person. Obi go carry in word go sit down for go sit down for Panama. He go say let's go to war. They go destroy. See, now, all the businesses that they destroy for Nigeria, you don't know they are among. Ah, so this is we have to stop voting against our interests. We have to stop voting against our interests. Vote for the people that will also bear the consequences of their action. You can't be living in Abuja and we are representing people in Ogwachuku. No be juju be that. You are just supposed to have an office in Abuja, but your primary resident, your family, and everybody lives in the constituency. You have to have skin in the game. Until we start doing that, our leaders no will go they compromise us abroad. Wike family lives and property lives in Florida. They terrorize everybody, Abi. Stop voting for people who don't live locally with you. If the people you are voting for are not locally reside like you are voting against your interest. I'm going to a point whereby I no longer stand for the Nigerian project. I am beginning to focus more on my regional and ethnic project. I am almost giving up on it. You sound like Nnamdi Kanu maybe 10, 20 years ago, as they would say. But that's the truth. So what you are saying, this is you. This is you finally realizing that all these national conversation that they are stuck in our face every day, it's literally to work against your interests. It's literally for you to forget where you actually matters the most. Mainstream politics are for mainstream political animals. Me and you are too poor to be going head to head who becomes the president. And that's one of the most ridiculous things I've come to realize. No, the president is not there for you. Now billions, real billion cash bring down to power. That's a huge responsibility first. That's those people who able to arrive at that billions are the first people to be pay attention to. No, you reverts, you are disturbance. There's no way Dangote, Otedola, Elumelu, Jimovia interest will be the same as that of ordinary poor Nigeria. There's no way. It doesn't matter how it is. No way. He will spend billions to make sure that they will, first of all, they see you as a distraction. Once I see you as a distraction, what do you think I'm going to do to you? It's for me to eliminate my distraction by every means necessary. See, I got Showore and I support his ideology, but also I get your point. Maybe we can say someone like Dangote should lead. That's the problem. We should see there's nobody they lead revolution. Nobody. The civil rights revolution that gave America what it is today was not led by Martin Luther King. That's what they want to make us believe. Now the revolution say go and speak for us. It's not the other way around. He has the only skill he has that he has the ability of to communicate the average man problem in a way that the rich man too will understand, and vice versa. There's a reason why textbook today mainstream focus on those individuals, Muhammad Gandhi, Martin Luther King, show all those people. There's a reason why, because they know regardless of how we see freedom to them, they can never happen. It is now upon the individual to have that revolutionary mindset, have the understanding of what he or she is going for, and all of us will march to the war front. Because these individuals they're not going to survive. There's a reason why people like Showore just end up on the mainstream agitation. Ask him to go to the villages and preach what is preached on media and see how people will flock to him to see if you go see him again. The people who are protecting Showore are not the Nigerian, are not the ordinary people. Now, people who also have money to pay for his legal team, fly him all over the place, make sure his family are doing good. Those are the people he's working for, not you. So revolution, no, they happen like revolution has to come from here first. That's why Bob Marley say, emancipate yourself from mental. You have to emancipate yourself. Once everybody has a limit, an appreciable understanding of where the issues are, you don't need anybody to lead. You will be the leader. Dangote will not lead anything. Dangote is the benefit, one of the highest beneficiary of these current structures, the current system. Dangote and mouthpiece of those that hold the system ransom. Because he has a lot to do, that's why he no go into, he will not lead the revolution. I mean, that's another thing because he has so much to lose. That's why you can't. That's why you no go fit stay behind him to lead the revolution. You dey bad. What if that what we need Dangote to do is to make sure he use his money to back people who have national and local agenda. Because it makes sense. All his business is local, but there's another thing people don't see about Dangote way of doing business. Dangote no get any business outside the Western world, though. He doesn't. So, if there's anybody that you can point to that is standing between the poor and the rich, is Dangote. He cannot run anywhere. If we our gas, he has no business anywhere that make money from all his billions. Now we Nigerians, they give him. Forget all this mushroom cement factory where they get for Cameroon, for South Africa, leave all those things. None of our billionaires today that has any product that gave him his wealth that depends on outside patronage. So if you are in that position, how the heck will you want to see a revolution happen when you know that the first casualty of that revolution is your business because it's local? So as much as the mainstream media want to project the political elite as our problem, na lie. The business class, the religious leaders, the village chiefs, now then could be the first people who will need to go after first. Forget the politicians. Gone are the days where politicians they fit steal money directly and use it to win election. No. The bankers had to be well positioned. Those who strive on fear, the agberos on the street and the uniform men has to be well positioned. Those who has the capacity to work on your understanding, those who are in position of what intellectually stimulating your understandings, the media house, the professors had to be well positioned. Now then the people, the West, they use now to sustain our politician. If we take the politician out of the system, the problem no go solve. The reason I said Dangote, you talk about Showore having his property in the West, so he has nothing to lose. I am saying let's turn things around. Get someone like Dangote. Dangote no go join you. That's the problem. I feel you. The logic that you are applying, it makes sense, right? It makes sense because now them they have more to lose. But you have to put yourself in that shoe. As far as it's concerned, Nigeria is the best country in the world. And he will prove it to you. So why do you want to destroy a country that is best for him? It's not going to support that. He will finance people that will do the other way around. So I get your point. So we have to come for the people will be needed to speak on behalf of. No, now the people go take then be the casualty. Unfortunately. So we need the middle class to use their intellect to organize and use their money to sustain the soldiers. The foot soldier and the people. The soldiers might just go there the year. There will be this hope. Now them go lose. But we are caught in a situation whereby all our elite, the business elite, the Dangotes have their source of wealth from one place, from Niger Delta. All right. I read your comment. I agree. So, I read your comment. Let me tell you. Yes, well, it will happen one day, whether the elite like it or not. There are elites who are radical, will provide the financial backing for the revolution. Yes. That's in fact that's the success of a revolution is predicated on this thing you just said. Some people have to provide the financial backing, right? Now, if we now look at our own Nigerian situation, we now have to now assess the potentials and the avenue in which this finance will be made available. Right? So, first of all, again, using the Dangote as an example, if you want Dangote to finance a revolution, what kind of revolution do we want Dangote to finance? Dangote no get rival that is alien to the system. So who is he going to finance revolution against? You understand now, blessing? Does that mean they are not individual who fall into what you are saying that we finance it? They are. It is now left for us to identify those people. But it is so tiny, it is so difficult in Nigerian sense because all our financially successful people are directly or indirectly benefiting from what we have now. And as I said, it is because all of them are oil, directly and indirectly. Dangote, I think Dangote is seeing the future in the sense that Dangote don't see, say, his primary source of business of making billions now food before. Food where we dey chop. But competition is coming from outside with the revolutionizing of how we eat, GMO and mechanizing and all that. And what do you think? What do you see the man is shifting his business to? Oh yeah. So even if we now have 2, 3 other food competition that they can rival him, he even doesn't even need to fight back. I agree. I just use Dangote as an example here. We just need to find him. Yeah. Now look at the likes of Elumelu, right? He played a very pivotal role in the Tinubu election because we all know that Tinubu get Bolivia. We all know Tinubu has the money. But the rivals and the world we're watching, how Ingote use this money, since the man in power, the government in power of the day, were not necessarily going for him, thanks to the central bank governor at the time. But they find their way around those people anyway. They split themselves. And they make them give him they facilitate the movement of those money. The question I never feel answer. Blessed, Mona help me. The man we then kill for helicopter, if you remember, just few days after the election of 2023, there's this banker, I don't know the man before. Now after that death, him, his wife, and the children we get helicopter accidents along Vegas. Now Rivers guy, don't forget his name. So now when the man died, now the thing hit my conscience. I said, who be this fucking guy? Cause the likes of everybody were the country was split. I mean, I mean the country, the elite split, right? I remember that very day. Some people were mourning, the likes of Dangote were crying so hard. Some people were celebrating that the Tunubus and Co were celebrating their life. So I just by the time I begin to do my digging on this man, I say, come on, this guy is a big shot in terms of it's important in how these men move money around. Why they go just take him out like that? The revolution will now have money from oil. I like the sound of that. I like that. But where it will come from? I think it will come from all these social media tech, all the social media influencers and tech billionaires. I agree. I agree. Don't be all your money go do but that's tough. Oh, please don't call them bankers and sell out. Well, that's what they do now. Don't be selling, banking, selling. The Access Bank guy, yes. That guy now is a money mover. No, when I mean money mover, no be like but why they take him out? So it's one crime that I've never been able to, go beyond speculations. Yes, so the more that's now a blessing. You understand my point. When I enter my talk, say all our rich people in Nigeria, their money come from one source. People don't get that. So now you a blessing. I think you really understand because that's the only way you can have competition. Let's use America for instance. From day one, the America they fight because the source of the billionaires varies. It was it against the North and the South that time. The North businessmen then make their money from factories, right? While the South made their money from slavery. So they had to go to work. They had to go to war. At the end of the day, they settled, to govern the state as they want. But still, today, if you come to America today, the billionaires in Silicon Valley don't give a fuck about the billionaires in the oil billionaires in Texas. I've been at the farmers from Colorado. Now you won't fuck with. So their interests are different. So they have to find a way. So in a situation, Nigerian situation, whereby all their source of income are one place. So if you fight against it, they throw you out. Who you think he was killed? Oh, but come on now, that guy was fucking killed. It's obvious. They not just kill him, his wife and the heir apparent to the throne, the children that follows. The guy. All you need to know is not to go dig deeper who that guy is. His kind of connection. I should talk, they are not bankers, but just look at the people that up to the Queen House for Britain. Man, so the guy access now one call the guy go decrease go take Queen presents. So just a soft. The guy is. I think the guy is when he's the money movement cartel. The higher you go, you get more sophisticated. You get more. Your even though na one client you get, you are in. You harbor a lot of secrets. The banks, the bankers today in the world are the most dangerous people. It used to be the lawyers. But since Obama administration, the bankers are fucking dangerous. Just as the tech guy, the tech guy who are literally taking the war to the oil guys, in terms of which product is more valuable in today's world, China oil, being a human interaction. And you see what happened during the last election. The Silicon Valley guys could not finding home in Democrats, they go with the Republicans. So is the farmers, so is the oil guys, the now only media guy, only media NGOs and the rest, they with the Democrat and they lost. So you don't know who we I swear to God, I don't know. I don't know the guy. The guy I know they may not be my I don't know the guy. I don't know. I want to that thing happened to her. I don't know who he was. Make I bust your bubble. We going na my uncle boy. It shock you. Make you for get idea waiting I know and where I dey. I know they disagree with your understanding of how the that it takes the now this same big man they run things. I'm not doubting your I'm just saying that you should not lose sight to say things will change. Now again, I am not don't I'm not saying things will change today or tomorrow. The Nigerians that me and you envision, like what freedom of what a state, how a state should be in terms of freedoms and other view, is not in sight in our lifetime. I think that's I don't think that I think that me and you agree because we have not even started working towards that. Because for me, you have to, if you identify a problem, you have to be able to envision the solution. But in envisioning the solution, how you get to that solution is what is important, and that's where we are. We kind of have we are coming to agreement that the country is captured by internal forces and external forces, right? Think that understanding is gaining more ground. But and again, and I think that's the only thing, right? We seems to disagree on how that process work, how they take capture the state and the individual. I think that is where we are kind of having total disagreement on. Some people they say, oh, now the people where they are side, some people say, oh, now this. So it is very. Then when some people say, we know who gets sense at all. So until hopefully we understand the system from the angle of elite being captured internally by external force until we are able to win the debate. Win the debates that get more people to that understanding, right? Then we begin to envision what it would be like if we succeeded in taking out this, what we presume to be the links to the problem, right? So then we go begin to find how to arrive at that. I think that's where we are. The family and state secret. I know Nigeria na sorry state. Everybody na bara for sure. so but this is a few people understanding. I think that's where we are. And I think we need to find a way to simplify this to the people, because that's why when somebody call you a conspiracy theorist, it is coming from two perspectives. One, he or she doesn't have a clue of what you said that makes he or she call you a conspiracy, because he has never had such a thing before. So him hearing that kind of thing for the first time sound bizarre, like this is out of this world. Two, it is because he or she cannot fathom how to actually defeat that term as a conspiracy, because this is actually just as you are saying everybody is Nabarawu, right? By the time you begin to break it down, to the understanding of average man that yes, everybody is Barawu means that it's not just the man you see on TV as your governor or president. No, it is the imam, it is the leader of Agbe. It is, everybody is kind of connected to this Barawu of it in one way or the other. And ability for you to make that person understand, you overwhelm and say, God damn. And so if that's the case, I will go take, that means we will get out of this thing now. If this person I don't trust them, if the teacher when they did my school, I don't trust them, the pastor when they pray to me, I don't know that they will fit, right? So at that point, you should be able to say, man, God, forget this kind of thing. So and it is becoming hard. It's becoming very hard because there's just too much information coming from everywhere. So that scatter everybody understanding, especially when we don't have one history, understanding of our history. I go with two. So you go with two, the way which is people don't believe say they don't understand they don't believe in so the system. And again, what they talking? Another way to actually bring historical understanding is to if you study the Soviet Union KGB network at a time in the whole Soviet Union, in every 4 people, there's one informant. That's how dangerous it was. Just like how many over there they talk now? Me, Blessing, Daniel, maybe one other person. That means among the 3 of us, one person is informant. Tell me how do you defeat that? But again, it falls. America go further with their own infotainment system. They are more sophisticated, right? So, but today, everybody will get phone. That's why when people they celebrate the end of USAID, I say, you're the fuckers, you don't understand what is already here. In as far you get phone, you are a potential danger into the revolution. Because if you begin argue, debate from what you is coming through your phone every day, or you cannot even keep secret because anything where you they think as you they type and they say man this thing, you are giving it out to the enemy. So how do we organize against that kind of force? It's not enough that 2 out of every 3 billionaires or millionaires in Nigeria is a beneficiary of the current system. How the fuck you get out of that? I'm just even generous by saying 2 out of every 3 because at this point, man, everybody is gone. So vote locally. Let your politician live on the same street with you. Make all of us enter Poto together and see where it is no go change little by little. And small, because the America take time work on us. They started working on us from the 60s. And now they begin reap the benefits of their of their hard work. Because right now, it's so fucking crazy that every leader, potential leader, look up to Washington DC, look up to down 10. I be waiting they call it the British House. Like it's fucking crazy. We have pretty much almost 20 presidential candidates. All of them are pro Western ideology. How the fuck how do you come out of that? In 2016, we look at the Republican presidential candidate, about 18 of them. Now only Trump now be different. The rest of them are newcorn candidates. But they won. Trump won. Maybe that will give us consolation. Because President Tinubu will win election was in Chatham House. Obi will be president, follow up. Kokoso will be president, follow up. Show what they beg, make him join. I think. My. I just it's so unreal that we are this is what Kwame Nkrumah warned us about. We are living through it with the engineering this process by our own greed and foolishness. So he said, if you want to really know your favorite religious leader, go to the corrupt big man house. I see the I talked before. Those people are the businessmen. Now them be the big people. They say Bola Tinubu is a CIA agent. If we want to talk about, if we want to classify people where they the payroll of the Western world, at the top now our religious leader. Nobody has more data than the Adeboyes and Oyedepo. Those are the only people that control millions. Those motherfuckers are more powerful than our elected officials. And they are flourishing because of their connection to the, what you just talk so, the Big Bang. So I totally agree with you. Now, I fear they pass our governor, say, people don't know. All these Oyedepo, those guys, they can't data, they can't information where they give about people to Oga Patakpa, you'll be shocked. So Daniel, I'm with you, man. I know. But just like if I just make I pay attention to headline and see our conversation, I go see the way the way this Donald Trump adventure they carry. If you just pay attention to our Nigerian leaders, you just shake your head and say, God, who do us like this? All of them are gone. So for as far as I'm concerned, they just focus on solution. And as small by little, there's no way we are going to bring a revolution that will shake the whole state like that. We see what happened during the NSAS. Even the NSAS have not them see plan. Not just some faction we want to take over power, back those people up. But we see how they responded. Now bullets and the whole world say. When I mean the whole world now, I'm talking about the West. Say, yeah, that's my boy. You did good. Yeah, they won't disturb us. So we have to start voting for people, not just people who speak our language like Monday and Paulo, but people who literally live in the same community. If the person you are going to vote for doesn't live in your community, don't vote for that person. Now, America, you know, go fit they live for one county, carry your school, go your picking, they go school for another county. It doesn't work like that. That's why if you call America, it's a classic case of a class society. You know if you live outside your children know if you go school outside your zip code. There's a reason why. Stop voting for the people who don't live with you. Now, no be say people who don't go to the same school with you before. People they say, "Oh, I'm from Ososo, but I live in Benin. I live in Lagos. I live in Abuja because I be a social person. I have the best idea. Vote for even if I get the best idea, don't vote for me. Oh, but once you vote for me, finish. I will go stay for Abuja. Oh. I would rather see the road that leads to my house in Abuja be better. The school that my children goes to in Abuja be better than in a way they also. I ain't got no. So vote for people that every day when they wake up, when you wake up, you know they wake up. You say if they go in job, you say they go your job. Not allow anybody recommend who to vote for you. Vote for somebody who will feel the consequences of his or her votes. When I did school, I met a lot of few House of Rep, congressmen and women. When they come school, we will host them talk. One thing I figure, one thing I understand from those people, now only office them get for Washington DC. Every weekend they are back on ground, having meeting with the farmers, the young people to know because those are the people you are speaking for. If your senator, mama, family no dey live for your, no dey currently live for where in dey represent, don't vote for him or her. This is not this one is very simple. This one no be talk is say who give you money, no give you money. That's not the point. People don't understand why I stand against people like Obaseki and the people they carry. All those people live their life in Lagos. Make they come govern Edo State. And people just couldn't see that foolishness because they are citizens of Edo. So fucking what? You can't relate anymore. We are talking about urgent issue. You need urgent solution. So you have to be part and part of the problem to provide solution. That's what governance is all about. You are a governor. All your business is the Lagos, the Abuja. If you are a governor of Edo State and all your business is the Lagos, as a Lagos people, we go dey drag you because you are a governor now. You have access to money. Come and spend it where you live. Or finish your business for you. Those people who their property is being demolished everywhere. Shey they don dey see am now. The North was who accused Tinubu of pushing everything to the southeast. It's from there. Buhari laid a railway from Kano to that's his interest. I mean, these things are not rocket science. That's what it means to say by politics is local. It's very directly. Stop voting for the people who don't live with you locally. If they don't live with you locally, why are you voting for them to solve your local problem? Person go study computer engineering, would they expect maybe you can solve village problem? How? He can't work here. He has to go to Silicon Valley and apply what he learned. So vote for people who live the consequences of their votes. As I said, if your representative know they drive through the pothole where you they drive through, what's the point? What do you think that is coming to fix it? It has where it drives through. It drive through Osabede Avenue, it drives to GRO in Benin. You know they drive through Igara Ibilo Road. Where everybody say, oh, my village no get clinic. Oh, for sure, all the people that you voted for don't even know your village. So what's the point of spending money in your village? From your councillor to your chairman to your state out of rep to your federal out of rep to your senator to your president. 6 people. None of these people you fit drive go their house under 10 minutes. None of these people they drink the same water wey una dey drink. None of these 6 people they drive on the same road you are driving and you are expecting to come and work for you. Now no be juju be that. Proximity they say bring responsibility. If I know they see your problem every day, if I know they smell the same gutter where you they smell, how the fuck do you think I'm coming to fix it? While they walk out from gutter, people they shout. Make him no fix those gutter. When he finish, he go back to English. They go let am. I have Jimmy that he has that at the back of his psyche. You want to okay. You know, say my knowledge of things for my family and Nigeria and the anger in me carry me go spend a month plus for hospital for abroad. My BP rise. It is because you are not ready to solve it. If you're ready to solve it, embark on a small solution. Just small. You can't do it because if you see the problem big, it is big. But you all have to, if your problem is to come out to public and start telling people what is really happening, that will give you that's your therapy. That's your therapy with that. And they always talk and say just use the current opposition. The opposition have been bombarded with fake news, propaganda, and everything every day. It is because they have nothing going on for them. When Bola Tinubu hides his eye fixed on, say, I must grab this power by force, he ignore your medias. He wasn't missing it because get war, he has a project at hand. That's why they say when it does say that the obedience are planning safety, I say, my brother, you don't need to spin anything for me. You don't need to come tell me, say, oh, yeah. Precious was trying to make case for Yunusa. That he came to our channel in an interview at Unifa said he said they, in the north they go from door to door. I said, nah, lie, show him. Nobody they do things like that. That is in our mouth, he will think they talk out. It doesn't work. When Mandani that just won mayor, become mayor of elected mayor of New York, when the established media, those who don't are going after him and the opposition are going after him, is a terrorist sympathizer, guess what? The NG room of the Mandani movement was at work. They wasn't fighting by engaging involved in noise. No, they were going from door to door, market to market, investing that they have focus. So everybody they cry now, say, oh, Tinubu is be telling Nigeria to one country. Yes, because you don't have anything going on for you. That's why you are easily get caught in those kind of things. Why they not go move when you know they do anything? And that's the reason he's going to win. Because he's the only one doing something. You just have to agree with what he's doing, but he's doing something. What are you doing? You they complain, you they insult him every day. How is that going to give you victory? You see, they don't want to buy me, so I take off. You know how Nigeria be now. I try use one senior advocate of Nigeria where Sabi to fight for me, but the guy say, you know, that's you never make up your mind now. Like, they won't be that. I think I say, if you want join politics, you have to dig your grave first. Just dig your grave. You say, I hear they will bury me before you embark on that, because that's what it's going to take. So now fight back now. You want to fight people where we say their life depends on that, and you want to destroy the system for them. They will do everything now. That's why it does. If ordinary Nigeria, if you enter street, they burn everywhere, say Nigeria, the government is not doing well. What the fuck do you think Dangote is going to do to protect his property and investments? Bomb we go carry, scatter everybody. Politics, they say, is local. Vote locally. Don't it doesn't see at this point we don't see her now. Soludo na professor of economics at the highest level, no be a religious professor, no be zoologist, as they think they accuse good luck. It's a professor of economics at the finest level. Nigeria, the Anambra citizens still cannot relate with him, cannot relate to him. They see they complain. Then who is Opawolo wey no sabi speak English, wey no even pass WAEC? But guess what? I'm at home with Paulo because I know that I can relate with him. I understand why he fail. I understand why he no do well. But how do you explain a man who is coming from Harvard, London School of Economics, Columbia, Unilag? How? But it's more painful when you know, to say na my neighbor fuck up now, at least I go dey see am every day, dey insult am, right? That give you consolation. I go say yes, okay, I said it. But you go vote for somebody who is coming from Harvard, from that has nothing to do with you. When he finish, he go just like Obaseki. Obaseki finished the presidency. He wasn't going from one word to another, community to another. Market women that to explain, not to say thank you for what I did. No, he was going from New York to Houston to Paris to London. Do what? Consolidate the people he has worked for. Say, come and try. I know your business you don't make your money back, Abi. Yeah, you spend 2 million, and you make your money back, Abi. Hey, that company will sign MOU suffer. So let's fit. That's exactly what is going on. But if you vote for your neighbor, where in farm all his interests, did that your locality, make him go now, he go come back. So now small, it's not much, but there is this consolidation, there's this hope, knowing that the person where you vote for, now your house be that, in see they live there, in parents see they there, me they suffer when they suffer around. If you like, drive jeep, make me walking at the same road, go. One thing that always give me question, I always ask myself when I walk, when I train for National Stadium, Surulere, and they stay in my brother's house for Aja. So early morning, I go because of traffic, because of goddamn traffic from Aja. Let's say from Aja bus stop, and they stay for beyond Aja bus stop. From Aja bus stop to Shita to under bridge for Surulere, on a good day, say you dey drive, no traffic, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 30-minute drive, 45-minute drive. But because of the way the situation be, and like 4 hours to 5 hours drive, God bless you. If you come out anything after 5 o'clock in the morning, you will not get to stadium before 8. That's for sure. So now what thing I do is I go enter bike. Either I follow my brother drive reach Chevron, which is then I'm from there. So I go enter bike. Why are they on top bike? No, as if I don't want to work on 5 o'clock, jump enter bus or enter motor. I wake up maybe 30 minutes to an hour to practice time. I will just take bike. But as you they go, you they see G-Wagon, you they see Danfo, you they see another car, all those cars where they smoke. Everybody is caught up in traffic. You look inside that G-Wagon, you see the man children, they sleep. They are on their uniform. Because they wake them up early. And they sleep. You look inside that food driver say, poor man pick say with the school bag, like this. With their billions, they couldn't fly. They couldn't get there before. So they had to, everybody they shot, they fit sleep 8 hours. Let me use that as just for the sake of conversation. The millionaire that lives in Aja, or VGC, they Aja too. In case you tell, say people they are just so the billionaire that lives in VGC, the poor man that lives in Lakwe, all of them they wake up the same time, 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, on a good day, the whole point of you being a millionaire is that you wake up anytime you want to reach work, but you can't try it. If you have to get to work before 8 or before 12, don't know born you where me see the day of bed. So is the poor man. So, but as time goes on, they begin fights to expand the road, Ajah Road. They begin talk of flyover, but things are to be done for the interest of that community. Nobody only them now because they live there. So, vote for people who live with you. Don't have to agree with that person. That's why, and it goes also goes to people where they don't say, "Oh, maybe American trip come invade us." Me, American, like this is Momo people. You think say na free? They can't clear your terror. Well, we're talking about the price we are going to pay. Just assuming say what they are putting before us is fact, true, yes. Now only Christian nine that they kill. Let's even say okay, it's a fact. Say for the past 10 years, oh, they're no kid only Muslim, as also Christian. You think America will come and put an end to that for free? They just send their bullet with the taxpayer money, they spend millions to buy their guns and then to come and why? Because you be Christian? What the fucking delusional. So what is the price that you are going to pay for a foreigner to come and solve your problem than you solving your problem? It goes way to that again, vote locally. If you see your councillor, make it use the money, go buy Jeep, but now that road, you see them every morning. I think you see some consolation there. Your Barawo uncle, a Barawo uncle, they come out from office around 1 a.m. every day because of Lekki via traffic. Plenty millions and millionaires in Nigeria but no infrastructure. I feel pity for those people. They laugh them actually. Like, if you enter VGC, I mean, everybody gets you go to see chorus, but I lie, all of us. You go see say rich man they follow Okada man they speak English because Okada man don't hit am. It's fucking crazy, man. That's why when I come recently, I drove when I went to California, San Diego. When I drive from Vegas to San Diego, oh my god! I just the verse. I was like, what the fuck, man? Why our Nigerian elite no fit just do like this for themselves? Not for us, oh, not be, because if you enter Vegas environment, you go know say this thing not be money that they make for here per se. These infrastructures where they all these hotels, all this they just build this thing for just for their own flexing. This is not because no be average. How many Americans can afford to go flex for Vegas? But they did it anyway. That couldn't say come. I want now that was when we go away they talk. So I can't say yeah, we go crash in the aeroplane. If Nigerian elite do something like this, make we no feel make the poor people no feel get access to that. But at least they go say, okay. It's just this thing say no say na your na own. One day they go die, go now we go anytime. Because in America, the elite, the billionaires will go build community for themselves, right? Like luxury houses and all that. Yeah. 20, 30, 40 years. That place, they don't they boy, they don't migrate. Guess who will occupy those places? Poor people. Now, am I saying that is a system we should envision, we should follow? No, but I'm just saying that they know they carry their money, go build another place. The money that you guys are stealing from us, just build that place. But again, all this can only be possible if you vote locals. Vote people where go live with you. People they talk say, oh, Donald Duke. Donald Duke did very well during his time in Rivers. He built a Budu Ranch. Yes, that was a very fucking beautiful edifice. I celebrated 3 of my birthday in a row for Budu Cattle Ranch at the expense of the Nigerian state. I love it. But the truth is that they say the man don't come up for office and the place don't die. He know they live there. He himself know they use am since he come up for power. How the heck do you expect those people who did not envision that project sustain it? You know they live there. He lives in Lagos. I dey watch Charles and Azodo, I waiting with that name with God. I dey watch Charles and Azodo. Charles they talk with this Almanjiri. I use that for the sake of our Nigerian mentality. Almanjiri, Senator Ndume. For like complete 3 minutes to 5 minutes, these guys were discussing how they live for Ohio, from Ohio to Toledo, Toledo to Cincinnati. This area they describe like my word. If you live in America, live for those New York, Ohio, these areas are just 5 hours apart. Then you go understand, say these men, Gamborobana, they live life. Now then they can't discuss our issue. If you're thinking, when I used to live in Toledo, that's there's no airport direct to Toledo. I have to go to Cincinnati. I was like, just say, yeah. I went to University of Ohio. I was like, and I was smiling and laughing because I can relate. 4 weeks ago, Abby, I just did that area. I was driving through too. And these are some of the most beautiful terrain in America during summer. Then you understand how you would like life, the way they design their, that all those areas. Because I left New Jersey that day. I go Connecticut, do some agro job there. From there, I went straight to Ohio. Why when they talk, why everything just come to me? Because the guy that I work with is from Toledo. Because tell me, anytime you come this area, you won't go to the man, check on me and all that. Then I remember buying Igbo from Columbus, Ohio, for direct dispensary. From Columbus, Ohio, I remember, I think I slept in Cincinnati. So how they picture everything that they are talking about. I laugh myself. I say, come, these are people, two in Nigeria, who are analyzing the situation of Nigerians how the ordinary people go to relate to what they are talking about. But that's their experience. And what did they call her? Ndumi don't they represent his constituency, where I know pretty well. I went to school with a lot of children from Shina Gaza, the guy come from Obama, that area. He's been representing them for how many years? Only God knows. But he's more familiar with Ohio, Toledo, Cincinnati, Florida. I was like, man, you can't beat that, right? Today, if you want gas, a first flight, straight up. It's out. But these are the people in charge of our national conversation. They cannot relate. And you now understand why they invest for Monday, because Monday is not supposed to be in that rank. It's not fit. Monday cannot talk about Ohio, Cincinnati, New York, New Jersey. Nah. If I go Nigeria now, begin campaign, begin to talk how New York, everyone will say, wow. But they don't understand that when push comes to shove, they are not going to be my first consideration, because that prestige what they campaign. I need to maintain it. I can't sell out America when I know that America is my bragging rights. When I can come to front of Nigerians and talk about how, I cruise New Jersey, New York, and everybody they hate me, yeah. They now expect me to talk shit about America. When they go tell me you can't come here again. Don't listen to our uncle. 91 years old man, they cry, say they don't deny him visa. You're talking about Wole. Because his prestige, everything about him was given to him by those people. He's 91 years old. He's going from one media house to another. They complain how they think deny, and then they come America again. You watch him, Abi? Steal and buy the environment. Don't steal and take abroad. Yes, that's my philosophy. If I become president today, I'll tell all those are billionaires enough. Bring investment, yeah, you just leave us alone. I watch him. Shame catch me. Man, I was so fucking sad. Shame catch me. Now then follow for the Barawo now. Media people, all na Barawo. Man, we need to watch it, please. Make I fire and come. Make I bring her come. I haven't watched it though. Make I bring her. Make I bring her. I don't believe my eye. I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? These guys. And they speak grammar. I say, my. You guys see. Charles and Ndume. And one thing about this Ndume, I was also white in the real. Make I show that everything I mean. Ndume, I thought it was a pure breed northern Nigeria. I say this guy, now them enjoy Nigeria. This guy came to school abroad here free of charge. See, this interview na 3 years. He dressed like white, he wear white. This one self, now 1 year ago, wear white. This ones were 4 years ago, he wear white. Yeah, what's going on? This was 6 months ago, he wear white. A month ago, he wear white. Where's that interview now? It's not fair. Where's that interview?
Out all the stops trying.
They don't come out now. No. Wait. Yes.
Every civilian.
That is not to say that Christians are not being killed where the event happens. If an event happens in Plateau or Christian, the Muslims. Of course, an attack such that happens, that is the terrorists, the Islam Muslims predominantly. You find an
higher, so 5 hours drive.
I schooled in Toledo. I didn't know.
But I did.
An American who lives in Ohio declare that is, I can say, so for Trump to have come out to declare that is, I can say, out of ignorance. And you see, I have been to America myself. An average American is innocently ignorant. You find an American who lives in Ohio, grows up in Ohio, and he's never been to Chicago.
I went to university in Ohio, by the way.
And then, but you didn't go to
So
Chicago?
so be careful what you say.
I didn't know.
But I did go. Well, actually, I used to go to Chicago. Chicago is just about 5 hours from where I was in Ohio.
So you
5
see,
hours drive.
I schooled in Toledo.
I know Toledo very
Then
well. Toledo is in the far north
yes,
of Ohio.
I arrived because there's no airport in Toledo. I arrived at Dayton, what they call it.
Yeah, I know Dayton.
Okay, so you see.
Dayton was 30 minutes from where I was in Cincinnati.
Oh, you are in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was in Cincinnati, then
Cincinnati
Columbus.
to Toledo is also, I think, 30 minutes
Yeah,
away.
yeah.
Wow.
So you can see an average American from Cincinnati would, grow up, die in Cincinnati without ever being to Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah, it's a very inward-looking society.
So this is Donald Trump himself does not really know his ego.
So you see this man. You see where they describe. You see, you have to be like, not be average Nigerians who come America. We relate with what this man they talk. This man live during their students' days that they describe so. Oh my God. See, you need to have like a clear understanding of, especially that particular environment. They go. Now, this is just a regular. Imagine if they talk about their escapades, right? How they have fun. Because if you look, that particular area they describe, right? Chicago, Ohio, right? All these places, oh my God. Then they talk calm as you say now, like last week now they do this journey. These are guys they were living on federal government ledgers, just in the flex. Like as I watched that day, I'm like, I was just in this fucking place 3 weeks ago. Still now. They are talking about Nigerian issue, right? And these are the people we are supposed to listen to. Now, this man, so where they use Toledo and I understand is trying to make a point. He cannot speak like this of the constituency he's representing. There was no need for that exchange, but I get the bragging. No, you understand? These are the things some intellectuals go to analyze. Charles, it's not like an average Nigerian. It's American educated. The British speak like British, so they understand it. No. Just as you said, there was no need. But again, how do you dilute the substance of what they are supposed to be talking about, which is the genocide they are claiming, even if you want to be on their own, but they take you in gymnastics. They don't bobo. So an average Nigerian who is watching, who has no understanding of how what they are talking about, which is not supposed to anyway. But he or she now can't take time. Say, come. So if the American people really don't understand their own environment, why the fuck should I listen to Trump? The American state understand your village, possible. I grew up a village. When I see Oyibo people, they come as a tourist. They climb all those awaruwa and stuff. We would run, they follow them like mumu. What were they looking for us at that time? Everybody is an adventure. They are tourists. No, they are coming to survey what we get, what you know get. I don't know. So that conversation, it is not necessary. But there is a reason why they play that around the TV at time. These are not people that are just seeing for the first time. As I said, the man they always wear white, and he came with a laptop on the studio. This is a man who, in recent, is supposed to be speaking for constituency. How they can't even relate to him, right? He doesn't even understand the system, how pure the system of education of his people are, because he no go there, cannot relate. So now understand why voting local is very important. vote for that mumu where they your street, where they your village. A better part, make you go vote for person where come they boo you. That mumu where they your village, now then go die. If you no put that village interest first, inside go suffer around. In children go suffer around. In grandparents, where they go market, they go suffer around. But because we are these people, they don't work on our psyche in a way that as soon as we see somebody who cannot speak good English, automatically they ask us to vote for against that person. That is because if that person comes to you, they no go feel it. Since they cannot speak their language, they have to employ external services so that they can interpret it to their paymasters. Because that's what this media is about. This media, this them chance, they interview our elite to know where their psyche is. So if I won't get Ali Ndume from Borno to work against the interests of, but to support Boko Haram, what do? I'll go back to this university where I graduate. Only in balls. Because then I'm bragging right be that. You know, if you can go campaign for people again, they speak grammar where they don't understand. So this Ohio and Chicago graduates. So blessed, are you ready? You see how it would be easy for us to win an election for Nigeria. It's just for us to go and start talking about how the British people and the Americans are, can they make our people the savage? they no go nowhere we understand how we want their gutter and their cleaning though they work. It don't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what we are familiar to. I need a break. Oh, this is a new one. More watch this one. And they like watch my people.
Hello and welcome to this podcast from Geopolitical Futures. I'm your host, Christian Smith. The Australian Defence Minister said this week that China's military defence build-up required a response. China's defence spending has increased 13-fold in the past 30 years, while its navy is projected to grow by nearly 50% by the end of this decade. That last statistic would be of particular concern to Australia's Defence Minister Richard Marles, who said that open sea lanes, including around China, are crucial to Australia's national security. Followers of Donald Trump's trip, meanwhile, around Asia last week would have been aware of the importance of the Pacific to the United States. But how is great power competition playing out in the Asia Pacific? What is the role of Australia, of AUKUS, and of the Quad? And can America's allies still trust the US and its nuclear umbrella to be there as the US seeks to disengage from the world? Well, on this episode of the podcast, we aim to find out, and I am joined by
I don't know. I don't know, Daniel. Bless you. Yesterday we talked about those books, Study of Denial, and I talked about how they want to form alliance with Australia and all that. So that guy is going to speak to that specific. Okay, but I will also recommend you to get this guy a book, The Storm Before the Calm Before the Storm. So he also break it down. That's a George Friedman book. So you understand more of what he's about to say. This is new drop shot, so that's
Geopolitical Futures chairman and founder George Friedman. George, it might seem like a bit of a stupid question, but why is China building its military?
Well, China is aware of something that most people are aware of. Wars happen. China has had conflicts on the Russian border with the Russians, even during communism, various times. China had a massive war with Japan when Japan invaded them. China has had hostile military relations with the United States fearing that the Chinese would challenge them in the Pacific. The United States is defended by two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific, making it very difficult to attack the United States. But the United States has a massive navy that makes it possible for them to attack globally, particularly across the Pacific. So this is an important question. Who controls the Atlantic, which the United States fought a minor confrontation with the Russians back in the Cold War, and it was settled that it was the United States. And there's the question then, as China evolves, how secure is China? So we should not always think of China as simply aggressive. China also has very defensive needs. Contrary to all Americans who know we have no intention of invading China, the Chinese are not aware of this and therefore want to have a defensive force. So it's a significant force, but limited by geography and so on. We can talk about that.
And I mean, in regards to that, you mentioned there that for many in the West, China seems to be aggressive. I mean, if you look at the South China Sea and what China's been doing there and that sort of thing, what's the story behind its desire to expand its control, for want of a better word, of areas like that?
Well, just as Australia might be sensitive to access to the Indian Ocean and to the Atlantic, the Chinese have the same fear, which is that, and their legitimate fear, which is there's a string of islands, beginning with Japan, going to Taiwan, going to the Philippines, going to Papua New Guinea, ending in Australia, where there are just relatively narrow exits from Chinese ports, and therefore possible, even with mines and limited weapons, to block the Chinese access to the Pacific. So the Chinese are concerned that the United States might, under certain circumstances, choose to take this step. And remember, it's a very long journey to Australia from Japan, but a very important one. And they feel they have to have the Navy both for defensive reasons and also in the event of a conflict over access to the Pacific or with the United States, a threat. So like all navies, all military forces, they can be both defensive and offensive. And China is a major power and needs one.
I mean, we're seeing, I think we'll come on to what you were just saying there in a bit as well, George, but we're seeing what we would call competition, not what Australia and China would call competition, but we're seeing competition between the two in the Pacific. There's sort of diplomatic and other struggles going on for parts of the Pacific. Help us understand what's going on there.
Well, Australia is worried about its access to the high seas. It is a big island, but it is an island, and is therefore necessarily a maritime power. And its access to the Indian Ocean, to the Atlantic, can be threatened. There are narrow waterways. And so from their point of view, the Chinese, whose intentions they can't necessarily trust in the long run, they need to have a force of their own. they can't simply depend on the United States, not only because the United States wants to back off from these defenses, but the United States Navy may be engaged by the Chinese up north. So Australia needs to have some ability, not just to protect against landings in Australia, but more significantly to make sure that it has access to the rest of the world and that China doesn't blockade it. So when you talk about naval force, very frequently you're talking about access. The highway to the world are the oceans, and where there are narrows, other navies can block them. And Australia has evolved to the point where the United States expects it to operate for itself, if it can, and where the Australians have evolved to the point of saying, yes, we have to do that. And hence they are involved in building, they're working with the United States at the same time, building a significant naval force.
I mean, if we just stick with sort of Australia's backyard for a moment, in recent months we've seen deals discussed with Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, all kind of north of Australia, and Australia and New Zealand as well have been keen to keep or bring other Pacific islands onto side, or keep them on side in many respects. I mean, China has been engaging in what some people call checkbook diplomacy in these regions. I mean, is this a new sort of Cold War in a real sense, where it's the Australia, New Zealand, the US are trying to contain China's expansion in this area, and that China is trying to get more influence?
Well, China is a major power. China has a significant navy. The question is not limiting their power. It is engaging in such a way that the Chinese won't risk using it. The Chinese have the same view of the United States. And you'll notice that since really the Korean War, the U.S. has not engaged with Chinese forces, even in Vietnam. So the fact of the matter is that two nations have not had actual hostile military action against each other. On the other hand, in all cases, it is prudent to prepare for the possibility, and that's what's happening. And that's what Australia is doing, joining in that game.
I mean, I suppose one reaction to what you're saying and what Australia is doing is I mean, really, do you expect China to close the sea routes around China and even further afield at some point? Is that really something that might happen?
Well, when we look at the history of wars, the thing that usually happens is the one you least expect to happen. We didn't expect the Japanese to hit us at Pearl Harbor. The British didn't expect the Germans to overrun France in a very short period. So when you're doing military planning, you take the worst case scenario, because sometimes it happens. The ideal outcome of this is no war at all. That's money well spent when no one does it. But at the same time, there is always the possibility, look, the Pacific region has had plenty of wars, many divided in the United States, but it has had it. There was a time in World War II when Australia itself felt very vulnerable to a Japanese attack, where the United States Navy had to be the force to defend it. And the U.S. Navy had just survived Pearl Harbor and wasn't in very good shape. And each country has to understand that the other countries in its alliance will first defend their countries, and that they're next on the list, perhaps. So a maturing country that has the resources and assets is prudent to spend some of its time, if it's only for deterrence, that they won't happen, to build a force that makes the worst case scenario very dangerous for somebody else.
I mean, I think we've spoken about it before, and it's certainly something that Geopolitical Futures has been writing about. I mean, in many respects, the idea of a Chinese attack on Australia more directly is less likely, just because, often the Asia Pacific is grouped together, but it's an enormous area. It would be like suggesting that France might attack South Africa or something like that. They seem a very long way apart, China and Australia. I mean, for that to happen, or for anything like that to take place, I mean, China needs more footholds in the Pacific. It's they're too far away from each other to really come to blows in that sense?
In fact, both the Chinese Navy, the U.S. Navy, and the Australian emerging Navy are defensive forces. There's no expectation, I think, by the Chinese, the U.S. landing on the mainland of Asia and trying to conquer it. We had enough fun in Vietnam. We're not going to do this, and it's not possible. The possibilities of warfare on all sides, the three sides I just mentioned, is blockade, closing off the access to the rest of the world. China, in that sense, is in a very difficult position because of these islands that essentially block it. Australia has many narrow passageways into the Indian Ocean and beyond. The United States is in better shape, given the fact that there's no hostile power close to its borders, and the oceans can be reached from many ports. So the point is that the Chinese developed their navy in part for defense, and they've never used it really on an offensive basis significantly with the United States. The smaller countries in the region cannot be so certain. So when you look at South Korea, which has a hostile relation with North Korea, China could potentially blockade it or even have amphibious forces come ashore. When you look at Japan, a country that demilitarized after World War II, it is entirely dependent on the United States having the intention, inclination, and capability to send forces to defend it. When you look at Australia, it may not be an invasion of the entire country, but taking some of the northern ports would be very interesting. But I don't think that would happen. There's plenty of ways to block plenty of ways to block Australian commerce without engaging Australia directly. So when you look at an island nation like Australia, or the United States in a way, or China, they're making sure that the primary highway to trade and other things are secure. And navies are the way they make that secure. It does not mean that the Chinese are building a navy that's going to be powerful enough to cross the Pacific and land in California. It doesn't mean that they're going to take Sydney next week, or they intend to. Oddly enough, because we Americans and Australians all know we do not intend to invade China, the Chinese are not necessarily convinced of that. So if you play worst case scenarios, then you build these navies as protection. The Chinese have been fairly limited in the amount they threaten North America. They've come a little closer once in a while with the Australians, and the Australians get very, very nervous by the fact they're passing by. But seriously, conducting amphibious warfare, as the United States did during World War II or at Normandy, is a very difficult task of coordinating naval power, air power, and then landings. It is not an easy thing to do. China has never done that, really. They haven't even invaded Taiwan. So when you look at it from a military standpoint, this is about trade routes and making certain that their trade routes are successful. Therefore, the Australians, to make sure that the Chinese don't get any ideas, are busy building anti-ship systems, submarines, to threaten them.
I should just say, well, let's talk about the submarines. I should just say, I'm not sure if you can hear it there in the background, but I'm recording from London, where it is Guy Fawkes Night, or Bonfire Night, which remembers, celebrates, however you want to describe it, the attempt to blow up the English king and Parliament back in the early 1600s, and by doing so, everyone sets off fireworks. So I'm not being attacked by some navy. It's just that. But let's talk about those submarines and talk about AUKUS. That's obviously the partnership between the UK, Australia, and the US, and in particular, at the heart of it is the sale of, I believe, a number of nuclear submarines, 11 perhaps, to Australia, nuclear-powered submarines rather than nuclear-armed. I mean, what do you? there's been political pressure in both the US and Australia this year over AUKUS. Trump recently endorsed it following a review. Why is it so crucial to these three countries?
Well, I look at Australia, and it's a southern anchor of the island chains, Papua New Guinea, as I said, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, that to a certain extent block their access to the Pacific. So there are two American allies in the region. One is Japan, which is extremely escalating its military capability. South Korea is a definite ally, but not that powerful. The southern link is Australia. And in the same way that in World War II, when the Japanese went south, all the way to Guadalcanal and so on, Australia became a base of operations that both saved Australia from the Japanese and also allowed us to launch offensives. So we have a model for this relationship. For many years, during the Cold War, U.S.-Soviet relationships, Australia was a marginal player. No one was going to waste their time trying to get down there. Once the Cold War ended and the Chinese emerged as perhaps a greater power than Russia, okay, it became a different game. So for a while they sat and looked at it, but they are now arriving in a way in the same relationship they had when World War II was waging. We want to protect ourselves from an Asian force, which means somebody else should tie them down. Japan and Australia.
From a military perspective, what is the use of the submarines for Australia in particular, and I suppose by extension the US as well? I mean, why? What point, apart from obviously receiving the money for them, why does the US not just keep the submarines itself and does what it wants with them in the Pacific?
Well, for one reason, they're very expensive, and we have two oceans to patrol. The Australians have a need to make sure that the passageways from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean are free. It's in their interest to do so. Submarines are a very good weapon to use against blockades. Blockades normally happen on the surface. These threaten surface ships, okay? And because they have to bear part of this burden. So the United States does have submarines. Right now, they're kind of nursing around Northern Europe with the Russian issues. But Australia has evolved. When Australia in the Second World War, it was not a primitive country, but a very economically downward country. And it was not possible for them to defend themselves. If Australia fell, it became a base of operations westward and eastward. And so for various reasons that happened. But at this point, Australia is not a poor, weak power. It has the capability economically of fielding a force. And it's fielding a force that's directly engaged in the defense of sea lanes for Australia. In other words, if something were to happen, not just with the Australians, but for example, some Southeastern Asian country, they need the ability to clear the way. So submarines are the proper tool for the use of this. And there are many ways in which their path to the global markets could be blocked.
Enjoying the show? Take a moment to follow and rate us on your preferred podcast platform. For video versions of the show and much, much more, subscribe on YouTube. And as always, you can find expert geopolitical analysis at geopoliticalfutures.com. Well, let's expand it out a bit as well and talk about the Quad. I mean, AUKUS is sort of only part of the I suppose what you might call the sort of collaboration between powers in the Pacific to counter China in many respects. The Quad's has sort of gone up and down, I suppose, in terms of how important it is. It's India, the US, Australia, and Japan. Is it still significant, George?
Surely, particularly with Japan in it. India is a question mark. Australia is already involved, and the United States. So it's AUKUS without the British, but with the Japanese. And that makes perfect sense because the north end of China is Japan. The southern end of China's access points, if you will, is Australia. And backing it up is the US Navy as a whole. So it's in the interest of Japan, certainly, to have that relationship. It's in the interest of the United States to have a relationship with Japan. It's also an Australian interest. So one of the things the United States wants, it's not simply withdrawing from the world. It wants to reduce its presence in the world by having allies that have significant forces. When we went into Europe after World War II to block a potential Russian-Soviet attack, it became deeply entangled in Europe because of the condition of Europe at that time, and remains entangled. In the Australian case, we remained very close friends and collaborated on intelligence matters, Five Eyes and stuff like that. But as China evolved, Australia became a little more vulnerable. And the United States Navy certainly spread itself for a while to handle this. But then the idea that the Australians are big boys now, they can do it themselves, emerged. It was a very reasonable thing. Interestingly, the Australians didn't resist it too much. They first made a deal with the French. They then double-crossed the French and made a deal with the Americans.
Classic great power politics, I suppose.
It also has to do with wanting to keep the Americans happy.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, obviously Australia is very important there. Japan as well, as we talked about a bit on the last podcast too, their increasing importance and how they're sort of stepping back into developing their military. India, though, India feels a bit like it's been thrown under the bus by Donald Trump recently. What's their role in the Quad?
Its role in the Quad initially was that it was hostile to the Chinese. The Chinese and the Indians had on their borders some very severe fights. The Chinese were supporting a mortal enemy of India, Pakistan, giving it heavy weapons. So when we look at that question, what were we doing there? We were trying to build a multilateral force that would be a threat not to Chinese mainland, but any force that emerged from China. Given the fact that India became unreliable from the American standpoint because of their relationship with the Russians and Russian oil, the Indians obviously don't feel very comfortable in their role in Quad, even though they still don't have a great relationship with China. They are better relationships. So as the alliance systems in the region change, Quad changes. What won't change is basically AUKUS. These are fundamental relationships. The United States depends on Australia as the southern link of its contain China policy. The British are our allies everywhere and participating to the extent they can. But Australia is very important. And to me, the most important relationship that's going to evolve in the Pacific is going to be Australia and Japan, the northern point and the southern point. And we see that almost every day evolving, that relationship, both economically and militarily.
And Australia's bought a number of Japanese, I think they're frigates or other type of naval vessels as well. There's a lot of cooperation going on between them in terms of training and even intelligence sharing potentially as well, I think. So, that is, as you say, George, really interesting to follow. Obviously, Australia and Japan in this sense aren't really going to change their tune. They are in the region in that sense. They are involved. But let me ask you, a number of people in Australia as well, in Japan too, even South Korea, they've been asking questions as Trump in the US seeks to disengage a bit more from the world. The questions have been raised by many people of, is the US still a reliable ally in this sense? In particular for South Korea, they've been saying, well, look, we are somewhat dependent on the American nuclear umbrella, particularly because North Korea now has has nuclear weapons. Are the US still reliable in this sense?
They're reliable because it's in the American interest to have a line of nations that can help us keep them out of the deep Pacific. Obviously, we don't want to see the Chinese fleets, even if they can't land in California, steaming up and down the coast. That's a distant future. The difference is not can you rely on us? It was always can we rely on you? Can we rely on the Japanese, for example, to take their massive economy and devote it to their own defense so that we're not the only ones worrying about Taiwan? Can we count on the Australians to spend the money, they're a fairly well-to-do nation, in protecting their own sea lanes? So the questions that are posed, can the United States be relied on, should be reversed. In the past 80 years, could these countries be relied on? They could be relied on by the United States because it was in the United States to do so. But ultimately, the idea that the United States has a moral obligation to be reliable to all these countries, it will be reliable because it's in their interest, but these countries have the ability, 80 years after World War II, having built massive economies and everything like that, to defend themselves, to contribute to it. So where the world asks, is the United States reliable? America asks, when will you guys become reliable? And that's the other question. So one of the things that Trump has done, he's not broken the relationship with Australia by any means. He's not broken the relationship with Japan or South Korea. But he's looking at their economic development and saying, okay, you're no longer solely dependent on the United States. Will we come to your aid? Yes, because it's in our interest. Because if Japan fell to China, unlikely event, South Korea fell, Australia fell, our control of the Pacific would be endangered, and so on. So the real issue here is nations that assume that the Americans had a moral obligation to defend them while they enjoyed their healthy economies has been changed, moderated. Can we be relied? Yes, because it's in our interest. And that's what drives nations' interests.
You touched on something just then. You touched on Taiwan, which we haven't talked about yet. I just want to ask you something about that in 1 minute. But before we do that, speaking of the sort of idea of the balance changing in the Pacific and that sort of thing, I mean, how much of this is about the US and its allies wanting to maintain the current balance in both trade, in the way that the world sort of works in the Pacific? At what point if that balance starts to tip, will something go wrong there?
Geopolitics has two dimensions. One is economic. Without economics, you cannot have a military. Without military defending the country, you cannot have an economy. So these are both two dimensions. In fact, these two dimensions are now being negotiated with the Chinese. In this sense, the United States has become very dependent on Chinese exports. That's a dangerous thing to do, because if you have hostile military relations with a country and are dependent on their economies to supply goods and services, you might wind up in a very bad position militarily if they struck and you no longer had access. So one of the things that the U.S. is saying to the Chinese is, look, we can't both have an intimate economic entanglement, if you will, entanglement. We can't do that and also constantly be at each other's feet. Oddly enough, in the negotiations, which now are in two tracks, one is an economic track that we're talking about constantly, but also a military discussion on how to be safer from each other. That's going underway. So when we talk about geopolitical relationships, they're both dimensions. You cannot be dependent on a country economically, as the United States or China, and China is on the United States and access to its markets, and have the threat of war over something like Taiwan. flare up. Make your decision, friends or foes or whatever, but we can't have this mixed relationship. So I think what Trump is doing basically is saying, look, Xi, we are happy to have lower tariffs. We are happy to have trade. We need it. You need it so far. But we can't maintain this military hostility. It was very interesting that a few weeks ago, the Chinese fired 9 of their major senior generals, cleaning out the high command. This may have to do with internal politics and nothing else to do with it. But it's all the symbol that they may be somewhat changing their stance militarily. Certainly, the number of exercises they're carrying out has declined. The number of times they surround Taiwan with a blockade is down to 0 of late. So I think these talks are going, but there are 2 ways to pressure countries. One is economics, if you have the ability to do that. The other is military, if you have the ability to do that. For allies, you can, if they have a good economy, try to extract some military risks, military power, to supplement things. So when we talk about relations between nations, there are at least 2 dimensions that must be thought about. The economic relationship, the military relationship. They can't not coincide in some sense.
Yeah. Let me put to you, which is a sort of fact or reminder that people love to roll out, is that before the First World War, it was said that Germany and Britain would never go to war because they were too economically interdependent. Mm-hmm. What's the difference here?
Well, they went to war. Economic independence wasn't enough. Germans had a hostile relationship. They were worried about the Poles, believe it or not. They were worried about the French. The British did not want them on the English Channel on the other side. So there was a military interest because nations can be threatened both militarily and economically. So the idea that economic relations alone preclude war sometimes is true. But sometimes it triggers war because they're so distrustful of each other and so intertwined that it leads to that. So there has to be moderation. And one of the things that the United States did not have since World War II until recently is moderation in foreign policy, where they align their economic policy with their national interest, helping all other nations to become allies through our economic activities, and simultaneously carrying out military operations against proxies of the Soviet Union. So while Trump is a very strange man and does things in a strange way, what he's doing is actually, I like to call it, he is the ultimate anti-war guy. He wants American involvement in wars. I once wrote, he's the oldest, ugliest hippie in the world. This is like 1960s, negotiate, don't go to war. Well, when he does that in Ukraine, everybody gets mad at him. And there is a shift going on in the United States. It's well underway. And it began under the Biden administration. It's not just the president. But it's in this sense that Australians take a look at the world and say, okay, it's not a question of can we rely on the Americans? Will we pitch in? And if we don't pitch in, why should the Americans come to our aid? So let's say that.
Well, speaking of, let's finish by talking about Taiwan, because as you say, what's the geopolitical argument, I suppose, then for Taiwan being defended by the US? Because obviously, in many respects, it's as you were saying, there are moral cases and geopolitical cases. So if we're not thinking about the moral case here in the sense that America said it will, what's to stop it walking away and saying it's not in our geopolitical interest?
If you look at a map, you see Taiwan in a very important position between Japan and the Philippines. We have intimate relationships with the Japanese. We have 4 bases in the Philippines. And what we want is to make sure that no fleet from China can enter the Pacific Ocean and be safe, able to return. the gap between Taiwan and Japan and Taiwan and the Philippines is narrow enough to make it dangerous to try in a time of war to pass through, given drones and everything else. And at the same time, if they did pass through, getting home might be very different. So Taiwan is a very valuable asset for the United States, for Australia, for Japan, and so on. Okay? From the Chinese point of view, all these claims about sentimentality about this used to be part of us, that's the plug that has to be pulled. If they control Taiwan, then the Philippines are far enough away from Japan, they can somehow come through more reliably. From the American point of view, this is the plug on China, and they'd like to keep it there. So it's a narrow path, and this is why the Japanese the Chinese, I should say, are always very interested in it. It has to do not only about history and everything else, they've lived for 80 years without Taiwan, but Taiwan is strategic and valuable. And one of the things that's happened now is that Taiwan has increased its own defense budget. But invading Taiwan by the Chinese would be very difficult, because a landing craft, we estimate, would take about 15 hours to leave China and land troops in Taiwan. In those 15 hours, at least 2 days would be spent massing the troops at the port. U.S. satellites would see that. If they launched, they'd be 15 hours at sea, and the possibility of drones from Guam in particular taking them out would be perhaps happening. More important then, if they landed, they would have to supply themselves over the oceans. And so our air bases in Japan and Philippines would be able to converge on them. So there's a reason that the Chinese have not invaded Taiwan. They can't, because they are part of a structure that is heavily defended by the United States in its own interest. So Taiwan is a very important thing to China, but it's a very valuable thing for the United States and for AUKUS and for the Quad. It bottles up the Chinese forces. So when you look at a map, they're all the way down to Australia, there are very narrow passageways for the Chinese fleet to enter the Pacific. They could be blocked, potentially. And so this is why when we say, what are the Chinese afraid of? They're also afraid of this ring of islands around it, that we might become aggressive, or they might block their access to trading routes if they couldn't get out there and so on. So this is the kind of game, and Taiwan is not just a symbol for China. It is a massive geopolitical threat.
Final question, George. Is it worth the US and Japan and Australia going to war over, though?
Well, the issue would be, if they didn't, the Chinese fleet would have open access to the Pacific. So the question is, defending Taiwan limits to some extent their access to the Pacific and their ability to support forces. Would you rather have that fight down around Sydney, around Tokyo, or what have you? So when you look at it that way, this is an easy way, a cheap way to do it. The Taiwanese want that. They're not hostile to, we're not occupying a hostile country. And while it's not a guarantee that the Chinese fleet can get free, it makes it much more dangerous for them and causes them to be prudent. So when you think of the possibility of the Chinese sending a substantial fleet, they're quite capable, what they have, roving the Pacific, neither the Japanese nor the Australians want this. And certainly the United States has been on watch for a long time, doesn't want this. So when you look at that little island there happens to be there, is not in itself something that might be worth fighting for, but given its position, it's valuable.
George, as always, thank you so much for your time on the podcast today. Thank you out there for listening as well. We'll leave it there. We'll be back again soon with another podcast from Geopolitical Futures. Remember, if you've got any questions or you want to read more about what Geopolitical Futures is doing, you can go to geopoliticalfutures.com. You can send us a comment or an email, and we'd be happy to have a look. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
I don't know. Shina, is it blessed? I've been Daniel that we talked about. I recommend the strategy of denial to you, that if you really want to understand what time is it, the incoming war and the alliance, and to some extent, if you want, that's why this Christian genocide rattle our elite out. Everybody all of a sudden want to form a patriot, or if you have to look at it from the guy in there, from the elephant in the room, if you understand where America is headed, or where they are, or where they are coming from, then you understand why everybody is being routed off by Donald Trump through it, because it's coming. If you want to go by the words of Kissinger, right? It's dangerous to be an American enemy, but it is more fertile to be a friend. So either way, the world is at a point whereby you have no choice. You either be with the America, or you are against them. The idea of neither here nor there is not safe. It's not safe, especially if you are a country like Nigeria with some geopolitical importance and its little contribution to the world economy via its natural resources. You ain't got no choice, man. You can't be playing two sides. You just have to come out up front and say, man, this is where I am. And I think that is the assignment before our Nigerian elites, the so-called leaders. That's where they are. So anybody, this is where Dele Farutimi's book comes in handy. Do not die in their war. Don't die in their war. This is their war. They have signed. They are all in bed with the West. So now it's time to. The enjoyment time periods are over. Come and pay your due. See, let me bring it locally. Water territory is important. See how they are fighting over. They are fighting over authority on the sea. The SS and the Saudis businessmen are useless in 2025. They can't fight against the blockade. I appreciate the fact that that you point that out, because why I come my library is to show you one book. There are 3 books, man, that is important for actually to understand a little bit of what is going on. The book by the man that we just listened to, George Freeman, is The Calm Before the Storm. It is very important to understand why America is doing what she's doing. This is the book right here, The Calm Before the Storm. It's written by the man we just listened to, George Freeman. I'm coming to your question, Blessing, about how water is very important. Water is the highway that connects the world. In fact, the short definition of water is called geopolitics, right? It's called one world order. It's called the civilized. Without water, there's nothing like the global world order. There's nothing like so. it is the most important uh, territory that you have to control if you want Chile who want to survive, because the next decade, where will they enter? When, if you listen to the man, they use the word America is not trying to disengage it, but it wants to reduce its presence in the world. Now, America security, nine, they make sure, say, all the ship, boat, water, they move around freely. If you load your ship from Nigeria to go America, the only reason why you no go worry, say, pirates no go attack them from anywhere, another pirate no come from, nobody will attack them freely. It is because of the United States of American Army. Now, you can argue it is their own benefits, they are multiplying it. That's a different conversation, right? You need to understand the importance of water before you know, to have a clue how the world is formed today. You need to go read, you need to go understand the importance of Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, and all those. They are very important. Even to Lagos, that bridge, Qatar Bridge. All those things, there's a reason why you have all those things. So if you read The Calm Before the Storm, I recommend it because now be the base. You have to understand the America, where America is doing whatever is doing. Whatever I think of Trump, have patience. Trump goes and go. He's not going to stop. So to understand the issue of today from that perspective, go read The Storm Before the Calm. American Discord, the coming crisis of the 2020s and the triumph beyond. So it break it down from the why America is doing what it's doing, right? The master geopolitical forecast and the New York Times, blah blah. Forget that one. So it has subsequent week before that one, but this one is very important. American history must be viewed in a cycle, particularly an 80 years. Oh no, let's start from this. In his rewriting new book, noted forecast and best-selling author George Freeman turns to the future of the United States, examining the clear cycle through which the United States has developed, upheaval, mature, and solidify. So I say American history must be viewed in a cyclical, particularly in the 80s, in 80 years institutional cycle. I always refer to that has defined US. There are three such examples: the Revolutionary War, founding the Civil War, right? Which the Civil War, the Revolutionary period, be the first one there. The first Civil 80 years was the Civil War, and the Second World War. That's why they always say the First World War is very important in order for you to understand the Second World War and where we are today. So, and the 50-year socio-economical cycle that has been the formation of the industrial case. So those people, they tell you, oh, Civil War will see happen, economical people, they are not out of the scene. There's a reason why this is happening, and every 50 years, and there's a reason why they always turn it happen. And I think I tried to explain to this our professor with the Germany, and his response to me, I do this American, not to like to the talk story, way sweet to that. It's happening. When you read, you see say everything where that they talk. They know that's one thing about, let me say, the American planners. They know they lie. If they say that they can't bomb you, then they can't bomb you, know. So when you see the Nigerian elite, you see the example where they use for Iran. Chuk chuk. That let's say is a message to the rest of the world. They come. We are not coming to put boot on the ground or come to spend so much time hour. No. We have the capability. We have the capacity to just come like a fly, pop, and get out and see cause the damage that it will cost you decades to recover from. That was what that Iran exercise was about. So if they say that they won't come to away Kosei Akara for Nigeria, people they tease it, yeah. It go shock you now. Anyway, now So the guy actually has a 50 years socio-economic cycle that has seen the formation of the industrial class, baby boomers, and the middle class, right? These two major cycles are both converging on the late 20s. So it happened in this no in the Civil War period when both cyclical period come together, and we have the Civil War in America, automatically also led to the Second World War, First World War. Now, a time in which many of these foundations will change. The United States, we have to endure upheaval and possible conflict, but also ultimately increase the strength, stability, and power in the world. Friedman analyzed its details and fascinating cover issue as the size and scope of the federal government, the future of marriage, and the social contracts. All these things has come to pass within the recent decade. Because this book was written in 2001, right? So we have seen the scope of federal government changing under Biden. The federal, the Justice Department, the highest whatever, altered the Constitution and gave the presidency power to what? To declare, to able to use lethal force on the American citizen, American soil, before you know if you shoot anybody because the person is going against whatever. But now you can. That was under Biden. Under Trump, and you will see more power being allocated to Trump under the presidency under Trump, and you see the fight back. King, no one king, no one king. So underlying that noise, yes, the presidency is getting more power, right? The first 50 years were getting the independence. The first, they started getting the independence. The second 80 years, the federal government take ownership of pretty much the whole colonies. That led to the Civil War that we talked about. So it's all an attempt for the federal government to have more power over the states. That led to that Civil War when the South is predominantly the economy is dominated by slaveocracy. And the North say, the North using the federal mind say, no, we have to consolidate that power. Another way for us to consolidate the Southern power is to destroy the system of their economic power, which is the slaveocracy. They had to go to war in order for that to achieve. 80 years later, they say they have come of age, get out of our Americas. That led to the other powers assembled in Berlin, take over Africa, and eventually lead to First World War. That's the narrative we want to hear, right? So everything has, not just it happens, happening for a reason. So if you read George Freeman book, you understand the times that we are in today. Blessed, say you'll be right back. Okay, let me see. They spend so much time on custom duties in Lagos, enriching that state, and the sea southwest remain upheaval. Well, on that one, I understand where you are. I will localize. I know where they come. Why be saying now only Lagos get seaport and all that kind of stuff? That's where you are going. I get it. Nigeria needs small American experience. Now, the only way those Islamist leaders will begin tell their soldiers to stop. Not lie. All right. Yeah. Okay. So then this is a must read book to get a grasp of where we are. Then another book talking about the maritime, why water they important. Read the beginning, the end of the world is the beginning. I think that was it by what's that? Don't ever touch that book. Before I come to strategy of denial, which the man explained about the squad, right? Which is why I say you should get that book, the squad, the Australian, and because right now that alliance is being formed already on this book. It's the strategy of denial, American defense in an age of great power conflicts, right? Elbridge Kobe, I think Elbridge Kobe is currently serving in this administration, if I'm not mistaken, was the leader to take of the 2008 National Defense Strategy, the most significant revision of the U.S. defense strategy in a generation. Here he laid out how American defense must change to address China's growing power and ambition, based firmly in the realist tradition, but deeply engaged in current policy. This book offers a clear framework for what America's goals in confronting China must be, how its military strategy must change, and how it must prioritize these goals over its lesser interests. The most informed and in-depth appraisal of American defense strategy in decades. This book allows religious practice approach show how the United States can prepare to win a war with China that we cannot afford to lose, precisely in order to deter that war from happening. That's a literary summary of what we just listened to by George Freeman. So it's going to happen. So if you understand the formation of the ally that we go against China collectively, those who are joining the alliance because of their own interests, or because they are being forced to, or because they are being offered intense, whatever. When you read this book, you get the blueprint of where we is right now. The beginning of the ending and the beginning of the world by that book is one book you also need to go after to get an appreciation of where the fuck we is right now. Wait. Yep. The end of the world is just the beginning. So if you want to understand your oil, if you actually want verse, how your oil take they come up for Niger Delta, So mapping the collapse of the globalization. So globalization is impossible without the navigation system of the sea. So if you want to be angry, if you want really verse about Niger Delta oil, who they really chop out, how they think they move out, read this book. Now, I don't know about na verse point 2, or if you want to know what is coming, why our oil they go to take them more freely without the ability to steep them again, is to also read this, because the next coming years it will become more difficult for country who is not fucking with the United States to move around the sea freely. For Nigeria to carry their oil from Niger Delta to Accra, if they are not fucking with America, that oil no go reach. And to understand what I mean by that, when I invest in that go tell Trump, they keep people for road, read this book, you understand what is coming and how your oil they move from day one. So why the power of Navy is very important. Why you think America is doing whatever they are doing? Why they get like you go understand? Maybe then if you see they believe the China stand a chance, people will call the browse say, oh, China now if you build a 30,000 ship under 1 second, America they struggle to build 2. You are goddamn right. But when you won't carry the pass, just like my brother the verse about how southeast and southwest they cannot understand why we no forget our take care of our own route, abi. So just like say Oduduwa boys now verse block make ship no enter Lagos again. All of us go kill us now. That's exactly the situation China find themselves. You can build all the ship you want in this world. How you want to pass? Take and go fight. Or they sell your property. You have to have a naval power that is super past that of America. But at this point, they are far behind. Anyway, so read this book. You will appreciate. You will just you go if you go look our leaders. You go shake your head, but at the same time you go laugh. You go shake your head because you go begin to wonder why they always talk about how our Nigerian elite are all compromised. None of them, just like my brother, they talk for comment section, say, may the northern Nigeria need small American experience. Not the only way those Islamic go. My brother, they know. It is say they don't know what in American military if you do. That's not even their fear. Their fear is all their wealth with the thief. All of them they abroad where America be just the press button. All of them will disappear one by one. Oh yeah, at times people they shout say, oh, and now with the American, now the southern people are more in abroad. They are more in that time you go ask Aboki, all Aboki there, they get more houses in Florida, Miami, and Dubai than the likes of Ojis Okalu and the Amechis and the Wikis. So they are too compromised to the fears. America no go condone. They will not go allow it to get to that point. What I mean, they no go allow. All of them no go fee take a stand against American interests. They are too far gone. So most all these things where they happen, I'm saying to say that they are all documented. Let me say now, America know that's why they always tell people these people know they fear anybody. At this point, they tell you that they come bomb your house in 20 years. Nothing you could do. You're not gonna do, nobody will stop them. So people say, oh, approach the UN. Who be UN? There's nothing like UN. Now then be UN. So for generation, everything has been getting faster, better, and cheaper. Finally, we reached the point that almost anything could ever want could be sent to your home within days, even hours, of when you decided you wanted it. America made that happen. But how America has lost interest in keeping it going, globe-spanning supply chain are only possible with the protection of the U.S. Navy. The American dollar underpin international energy and financial market. Complex, innovative industries were created to satisfy American consumers. American security policy forced warning nations to lay down their arms. Billions of people have been fed and educated at the American-led trade system spread across the globe. These are facts, but you can only disagree from the effectiveness, but you can't disagree that that's exactly what is happening. So those people that say America will lose war, like these people now, you don't know what thing you are into before you start. America when they start war where they know they feel win. That's the point people are not making. What is happening is not just happening because they don't know why it's happening. They engineer it to happen. People don't see things from that perspective. All of this was artificial. All this was temporary. All this is ending. In the end of the war, it is just the beginning. Author and geopolitical strategist Peter Zen map out the next world, a world where countries or regions will have no choice but to make their own goods. Is that the tradition that we are on? Buhari say Moku eat wetin we dey farm or farm what we eat or you die. People went crazy. It is what Buhari was talking about when he closed border. You can disagree or agree, but this was they pretty much underpin those policies. And you now understand why as soon as those policies were begin to be implemented, they just begin bombing village, either by mistake or by crook. Those are facts too. Anyway, growing their own food, secure their own energy. Can we grow our own food? Can we secure our energy? There's a dead clock also they write twice a day. That's to Nigeria. When to Nigeria they shout about military. You can't disagree with how he wants us to get to that point, but you cannot disagree with the fact that it is something that is an existential threat. It's like we need that like yesterday. So if you can grow your own food, secure your own energy, you will survive the next 100 years. That's the one in there. Fighting their own battle. Can we fight our own battle? Well, let's see. America won. They won't test us. That's crazy. Anyway, I know we never fight Boko Haram. We beg for help. Anyway, and do it all with population that are both shrinking and aging. The list of countries that make it all work is smaller than you think, which means everything about our interconnected world, from home, from how we manufacture products, to how we grow food, to how we keep the light on, to how we shuffle stuff about, to how we pay for it, or is about to change. It has changed, because this book was written 3 years ago. A world ending, a world beginning, then brings reader along on an illuminating and hard, terrifying right paint with foresight, with an trademark irrelevance. If you read this book, you can also understand why Cameroon is Cameroon. It is very difficult to Cameroon. In terms of the geographical location, the terrain, it is very difficult terrain that to actually bring to the develop to build real, all this latest technology that you're seeing to carry and reach there. It is capital intensive. That's why you see the French will hold that place strong. They hold on for a reason. No other country actually really want to challenge them in order for them to. None of things like that. The same thing is Nepal. Nepal, they are pretty much in the same geographical location. The difficult terrain, a lot of Cameroon are the same. So if you read this book, you got to understand what's in at the first. I did try hard to describe. So the world has changed. I don't talk this thing. I think I remember Napansa time when I tell her, no, okay. He go hit you now like boah. You go just wake up one morning, you go see say how you literally do things change. Just like in the 60s, when people just wake up overnight, see say, man, that toilet where they use by themselves is no longer a reality. They have to share office space with Black people now. They have to share restaurants. They have to share everywhere. It was kind of like they couldn't believe it, right? Now, so you go wake up one day soon. You wake up, you see, say you are useless, not just to the society, but to yourself. Why? Because that thing that you were needed for, another thing entirely don't they do them. Robots don't they do them, and that's where the revolution will come. Because people who are going to be affected negatively or positively are still the middle class. Those one who believe in that then speak English pass. Those one who believe in that then good in typing and writing. Those one who believe they are on their way out of business. They will wake up one day to a rude shock. Even the factory workers. Shout out to plumbers, to bricklayers and construction workers like us. I think we still have maybe 20 to 30 years to flex. So we are going to wake up one day, you go enter ShopRite, no food. Why? Because your leaders have been stubborn. They don't want fall in line. So the question will now be, are you going to be patriotic enough to stand by them? Because forget threat of military action. I think for me, military action are just, it's going to affect people, but I don't think it's going to be more, the casualty that is going to come out of that will be nothing compared to if they decide to starve us. They decide to go against us economically because we are too estranged. That's why China don't do anything. per se in terms of the tariff they throw at them. Because, hey, if you try them, you are hurting yourself in two ways. Now, America still remains the number one consumer of Chinese-made products. America still remains the number one investors in Chinese economy. So how you do that? In terms of Nigeria, we know if we feed ourselves, we know if we secure our energy, we know if we secure our intellectuals. So by the time you go wake up one day for VGC, you enter your motor, you want drive, go ShopRite. You enter ShopRite, food no day. You don't know you don't have the money. But that foreign bread where they break off from London, you know they again. The local ones where you know they agree by it, is in a poor people they eat them. You know they say because even them they don't get light again to power their local machine. They no see flour buy. What do? That time it became clear to you say that because our leaders don't want to cut out to the outside oppressor. Now, whose side are you going to be on? Because it will be obvious to you that, how long can I keep sacrificing my way of life, that of my children who are already abroad schooling, that office job that depend on the internet from the West is no longer there. To fly out of those that fly out of Nigeria, like saying that they go to the United States, no more international flight is being granted. Your leaders know if you say they are oil because they don't have the navy or the militants to guide their oil from Niger Delta to Cotonou without American drone blow them up. What side will you be on? Will you say, leaders, let's go, we are behind you? Or you go rise against those leaders? So the question is not just for average local man. It's also be that of our leaders. Either way, you are going to be attacked. If you choose not to fall in line, the West will deal with you. If you choose to fall in line, the Nigerian people, it's only a matter of time. They come after you. Then you can say we are at that junction whereby something has to happen. One thing that is for sure, we are going to be casualty. But what I don't know, who is going to come out victorious? And that's where we are. We were once here before in the 60s. Leaders who refused to cut out to the American-led Cold War against Soviet Union. We are assassinated, overthrown, coup here and there. From Murtala Muhammad. Those who decided to sell out were rewarded with power, with money, with influence, with connections. The likes of Zeke, Wale Soyinka, These are all pro-Western ideologies. And now they are asking him to pick a side. And that is because the nationalists are in power. They don't give it. They know they smile you, they pinch you, they come at you right now. Whose side are you on? Wole Soyinka, they speak grammar. It is everything I play. Soyinka, this is everything I play. This is not play the right. You explain tire. So it's not Wole Soyinka will not be the last. The likes of Chimamandas, the likes all these our Western promoted influencers. The line is being drawn. Donald Trump, no, Donald Trump that is a master negotiator. You don't give a boy. Oh yeah, they begin watch. Let's see where you did. Na Christian genocide. Don't be Christian genocide. Na American. It's America. They just say, look. You know what they are asking for. They don't tell you that make una accept the party, una no agree. Okay. So it is what it is. That's the reality of today. No be saying it has happened before. Today it happened. So, but again, how do we survive? If we be the elite, those who are in position of power, go and start building your soldier now. Start being nice to your soldiers. Your soldiers are the ordinary people. Those 120 and 130 dimensionally poor people, those are your soldiers. So it better be nice because those are the people that will rise and take all the bullets for you. But if you want the ordinary Nigerian to just rise against you, that one go also. So either way, the locals, with the local people, vote for your interest. Vote for somebody who live next to you. Vote for people that speak your language, that live with you, that will bear the consequences of their words. Vote. Alain Dume they brag saying now why you in school. By the time they drop bomb for Boronu, the next interview we go grant that from New York or from DC. Okpaolo no dey go anywhere. Okpaolo, once they drop bomb for Benin, he go run, go Fuga side, he go hide. If he go America, he can't survive. So you see why they relate with the locals? They walk out for gutter. We are at that time. So the leaders, prepare your people to defend you. They wonder why library no dey your village. Yeah, the person wey suppose be library come your village, e dey support the library where they were in dey stay, where in children dey school. And you won't blame am. No? Just make more sense. Just make more sense like that. Mi go ravira say, mi go ke gege, mi me mama, oche na ni na me, o ma ye me, aji me pe sa, aji me shi moro, imu pa mama, shi mi ka ni na. Ufumuhiji, Ijanegidegina, Odadi Mabeni, Orona. Esi Nnamdi Kanu, yeah. Nnamdi Kanu, na him be their next distraction, abi. Now they'll take go, now they'll take do weekend. Ah, I go win the election if I want run election. They very easy. Very easy to to win election. So they are giving us Nnamdi Kanu to go to what can I do weekend? That's the gossip Nigerians will focus on for the whole weekend. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Yesu eche nine gaskiya nine rai ba mai zuwa gun ba sai ta wurina. Yesu eche nine gaskiya nine rai ba mai zuwa gun ba sai ta wurina. Yesu eche nine gaskiya nine rai ba mai zuwa gun sai ta wurina. I dey find video where I go play it so that she was the Bannon and the and the crew are up to. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot at all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my...
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Good evening, Harnwell here at the helm on Steve Bannon's War Room. Got two very important guests for you this evening. First one, bearing in mind that the War Room is fundamentally a show geared at the rank and file, is probably someone, I'm going to say it like this, probably the most important person, speaking to an American audience here, the most important person you've probably never heard of. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to write down the name, and then you're
to take out Trump.
Okay. As our
that Jason just motioned the court in the Southern District of Florida to open in Fort Pierce.
Series of grand jury subpoenas as part of an investigation into former CIA Director John Brennan and the intelligence community's handling of Russia's effort to help Trump get elected in 2016, President Trump, as well as the Jack Smith special counsel case. There's a lot there. MSNBC was first to report this news. The investigation is being supervised by the U.S. Attorney in South Florida and also involves senior Justice Department staff from Washington.
My good friend Jason Redding Quinones got confirmed as the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of Florida and Miami. And I've been calling for a criminal probe for the last 3+ years since the Mar-a-Lago raid for a grand jury to investigate conspiracy against rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241 for these lawfare Democrats, how they politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement, going back 8 years to Crossfire Hurricane to take out Trump. His top aides like Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, Jeff Clark, his supporters on January 6th. I've been very publicly calling for that on your show and 5,000 other media hits for the last 3 years. There's now a special grand jury that that Jason just motioned the court in the Southern District of Florida to open in Fort Pierce. That's going to be impaneled in January. I think that sounds like a great place to open up this grand jury on Crossfire Hurricane.
So, Andrew, I mean, if you mix together Crossfire Hurricane, January 6th, the Russia attack on the U.S. election in 2016, and I don't know what else was in there, you don't end up with an indictment of a conspiracy. I mean, these are three totally separate, with predication that's all been investigated and corroborated and affirmed by some of Trump's current closest allies in his own cabinet, serving in national security functions. But what strikes me there is he describes having to do 3,000 hits to arrive at this moment where an actual prosecutor working for Donald Trump is presenting evidence to a grand jury. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
So let's leave aside that this may be a violation of the grand jury secrecy. Like, how he knows that there's a grand jury that's been impaneled is not something that I think is supposed to be given to somebody who's not in law enforcement, but leave that aside. So let's just take the three pieces. So the Robert Mueller investigation led to innumerable cases where people were convicted, either because they pled guilty or because they were found guilty by a jury. January 6th led to hundreds and hundreds of convictions. Again, either because people pled guilty or because they were found guilty. And that's in front of judges who are appointed by Democrats and Republicans, including judges who are appointed by Donald Trump. And Mar-a-Lago, that was approved, the search was approved by a judge. There was ample evidence. Even Judge Cannon rejected a motion that this was somehow improper and vindictive. And so it's hard to see how this is going to get off the ground when you have that record of this isn't just the Biden administration or prosecutors saying it, but you have juries and judges blessing each step of this.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Thursday, 6 November, year of our Lord 2025. So a lot to get caught up with today. Let's start with the Viceroy. The great Benny Johnson, Viceroy, had you on his show. You laid out the case, as you've done so many times. And today, some realities hitting. Brennan's indicted. MSNBC has finally awakened to the fact that you've been preaching this gospel for a while, and you saw Nicole Wallace. Well, hold it. You've got Crossfire Hurricane. You have 2020 election. You got J6. That's all separate events. And of course, Weissman, who's had 9,000 hits on MSNBC alone, he's got taking umbrage with your media strategy there. Viceroy, what do you got for us on this?
Well, if they think this is such a ludicrous legal theory, then they have nothing to worry about. Like Andrew Weissman, who I would argue helped participate in this criminal conspiracy.
Amen. Amen.
Then they have nothing to worry about with any investigation of this. Why are they scared of accountability here if they've done nothing wrong, or if it's a ludicrous legal theory? I think they know what they did was the biggest scandal in American history when they made up the Russian collusion hoax. They lied to the FISA court. They illegally spied on presidential candidate Donald Trump. They spied on President Donald Trump when they failed to use the Russian collusion hoax to stop him from winning in 2016. They tried to destroy his presidency. They impeached him twice. They rigged and stole the election in 2020. They chased him out of office. And then when he was about to reveal Crossfire Hurricane as part of a civil lawsuit in the Southern District of Florida, a civil lawsuit from which Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart had recused because of his 2017 Facebook post trashing Trump, then Jay Bratz and the Biden Justice Department went to that same magistrate judge 6 weeks later and did the Mar-a-Lago raid to get back these Crossfire Hurricane records, and it led to the lawfare. They know what they did was the biggest scandal in American history. They know that they're going to be held accountable for that, and I think they're starting to panic. And I think Andrew Weissman should lawyer up, because he may not be the smartest guy to be out there talking about this case when he could be the target of the grand jury.
He was comms director for this whole thing. He's his hands in all of this. Okay, as are executives and producers at MSNBC. Lawyer up. Why is the Brennan thing today, the subpoena? Why is this such a big deal, sir?
Well, let me just say this before we go to Brennan. Let's just talk about Nicole Wallace. I actually worked with her in the Bush 43 White House, and she might be the dumbest human being I've ever interacted with in politics. I mean, she's like,
stop picking on my Nicole. I love Nicole Wallace at 4:00. We watch it every day. Why are you picking on her?
I hope that Nicole Wallace becomes the spokesperson for the resistance for the next 4 years, because she has an IQ of about 75, and she's the perfect person. They can get Andrew Weissman up there with Nicole Wallace and make them the face defending this lawfare.
Well, Weissman's different. Weissman's different.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Tired of spills? $199. Spill frame ensures send it back for a financing on qualified.
Credit can be no credit. In review, Ben Ferguson with you, and here are some big stories that you may have missed that we talked about this week. First off, Mamdani and Gavin Newsom. They're marketing Marxism and socialism to the American voter like never before. Will there be backlash? We're going to break that down for you. Also, Senator Cruz and I sat down with an incredible leader to talk about Christian abuse in Nigeria and why the media isn't covering this story. But we are here and it's important. And finally, Bill Gates reversing course on global warming. So how much money was made off of selling you on the big scam? It's the Weekend Review, and it starts right now.
Did you hear Gavin Newsom on the podcast discussing his rough, hard scrabble life, eating Wonder Bread, growing up in the hood? Because, you know, Gavin was an oppressed youth. Did you see that?
It was almost as oppressed as he was during the COVID lockdowns when he was the only one allowed to have dinner with his friends without masks on, you know?
Look, to be clear, Gavin Newsom is California royalty. He's fourth or fifth generation California old money. His daddy was one of the lead lawyers for the Getty billionaire fortune. He grew up, he was featured in the San Francisco paper in an article entitled Growing Up Rich. And to be clear, he started a winery with the Getty millions, billions actually, but millions from them. Started a winery at age 25. Now, Benjamin, let me ask you, did you start a winery at age 25?
No.
Why not?
I feel like I worked really hard, but I promise you it was not a winery at 25.
And look, it's okay. I don't fault Gavin for the success of his parents or his grandparents or his great-great-grandparents, and it's amazing how many leftists were raised with silver spoons and inserted just about any place you could insert a spoon. But when he pretends like he's on this NBA podcast and he's talking about, I just had to support myself. I had to support myself playing ball. Like, what a load, what a crock. And it's
pathological.
Newsom is running a different scam than Mamdani is, but it's the same scam. It is marketing Marxism, socialism, confiscatory government power, and trying to make it. I will say this. I'm going to compliment right now both Comrade Mamdani and Gavin Newsom. They got great smiles. I mean, to be honest, every dentist in America must be like, look at those pearly whites. They can smile like it. And you know, I got to say, and I'll say this as a Cuban American whose family, you know, fled Cuba, it really feels better if you're a dissident being lined up from the firing squad if you know that the communists ordering your death are smiling. Like it really makes it less painful as you're sent to the gulag to know it's a good-looking tyrant who is sending me to the gulag. But sadly, that's where we are. And can I ask you one more question on this topic?
Sure.
Is there a single sane Democrat who is calling out Comrade Mamdani or Gavin Newsom on these issues?
No, because they created these crazies and they allowed them to fester in their party and they literally didn't police their party. So this is the Democratic Party now, and their leaders are not Democrats. They are commies, they are socialists, they are Marxists. Just look around the country. This is who they are.
Yeah, look, the elected members of the Democrat Party, particularly on the national scene, they're scared. They're scared of the mob. They're scared of the angry left-wing radicals with torches and pitchforks. We saw this at the No Kings rally where they're terrified. We're in day 27 of the Schumer shutdown because they're terrified of the mob. And so elected Democrats are terrified. But again, listen, we endeavor on this podcast to try to be real, to try to have facts, to try not to engage in just empty partisan rhetoric. So maybe you might say, all right, Cruz, Ferguson, that they're not the most impartial, unbiased observers. if you're not inclined to listen to us, although I will say if you've made it 29 minutes into this podcast and you're not inclined to listen to us, wow, you've got some endurance. Bravo to you. But indulge the setup nonetheless. If you're not inclined to listen to us, perhaps you would be inclined to listen to Bill Maher. Bill Maher is a liberal. He is a Democrat. He's been a liberal and a Democrat his whole life. Listen to what Bill Maher had to say, the warning to Democrats he had to say about Comrade Mamdani.
The Democrats, let's face it, they're kind of split now. There's the far left version that did not do too well in recent elections, and then people like the governor who say, we got to come back to the middle, common sense. And whenever this discussion comes up, this is what you hear a lot. We need a sister soldier moment, a time when some issue where the Democrat says, look, I'm not with the far left, and this is how you know you can trust me that I'm not. I think I have the issue.
Okay.
And it's the mayor's race in New York. I think he seems like a sweet guy, Mamdani. But I would just like to say, because the election is in a couple of weeks, this is not just New York that's on the ballot. I think the whole Democratic Party in the country is on the ballot. And the whole country will be looking at this race to see which way are the Democrats going to go. No, Andrew Cuomo may not be that exciting and that inspirational, but, you know, for a party that said we want to get back to normal, he's kind of normal.
I mean,
What? No?
well, he's got some things in his history that I would suggest are not,
you know,
not the normal I want to embrace. But
well, we did a deep dive on that because we had him on the show.
Yeah.
A lot of it is kind of bullshit. I mean, maybe he was a little too handsy, a little too Italian, a little too touchy. You know, did not.
A little too Italian.
That's what he said. You know, yes. You know, did not get the memo.
I mean, it's when you're having to defend Cuomo to try to save your party, you're not in a good place.
Well, but Bill Maher, and let's be clear, Bill Maher did not vote for Donald Trump. Bill Maher would not vote for me. He is a liberal. He is a Democrat. But Bill Maher every day makes more and more sense because his party has gone so bat crap crazy that he believes in things like free speech. He believes in things like not supporting a communist government that seizes private property and the means of production in society. He doesn't want to support Hamas terrorists and other jihadists. That used to be mainstream. That used to be, all of those propositions were things that used to be the case that Republicans and Democrats came together. Look, Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was president, neither you nor I supported Bill Clinton. We did not vote for Bill Clinton. But you know what? The Bill Clinton election, when he was elected, it was not the fate of Western civilization. It was not, do we elect a communist jihadist? I would have rathered a Republican be elected, but the world didn't end when Bill Clinton got elected. Bill Clinton's views, if you took a candidate with the identical policy views of Bill Clinton and ran him today, they would tar and feather him and drive him out of the Democrat Party. He would be completely and entirely
He would not get elected today as president.
He would not get elected. He probably wouldn't get elected as a Democrat dog catcher because they have radicalized. And they instead want someone like Comrade Mamdani, whose party says, release the terrorist who murders Jews because they're Jews. That's where their radical base is. And you know, some of y'all may not know what a Sister Soldier moment is, and Sister Soldier actually refers to Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton was running for president, Sister Soldier was this rapper, and Bill Clinton denounced her in the middle of the primary, and it was viewed as a brave moment of sort of taking on his base, but it demonstrated to the voters, or it was perceived to demonstrate to the voters that he was reasonable and rational and not a crazy nutcase. And it is an interesting question. Is there even one national Democrat? By the way, Gavin Newsom wants to be elected president. Can he denounce Mamdani? J.B. Pritzker wants to be elected president. Can he do it? Cory Booker wants to. Chris Murphy wants to. None of them are going to, because, look, John Fetterman has been critical, but John Fetterman, I think the Democrat Party is being quite explicit that they're going to do everything they can to drive him out of the Democrat Party, just like they would Bill Clinton if he were there. But I don't know a Democrat. And interestingly, one ambitious Democrat. Is there nobody looking around? Andy Beshear, who's pretending he's a moderate in Kentucky. Josh Shapiro, who has got to be horrified at what Mamdani's saying. Has he said a word? Crickets, crickets, crickets. There is not one. And maybe that will change, but I fear, not just for the state of the Democrat Party, but I fear for the future of our republic. I think we do better when we have two political parties that are reasonable and rational and have some meaningful disagreements than we do with one party that is utterly whack job and trying to destroy America. Look, we've seen through history, it is a pendulum and it goes from one party to the other. There will come a time when these lunatics are in charge of the country again, and they've gotten so extreme that I really shudder and fear for our great nation.
Now, if you want to hear the rest of this conversation, you can go back and listen to the full podcast from earlier this week. I am sure if you've been listening to conservative radio and podcasts, you've heard a lot of talk about gold and silver. Now, there are people that ask me all the time, who do I trust? And that is Kirk Elliott Precious Metals. You get more than gold and silver. You get trusted guidance from a team that puts people first always. The mission is clear. They want to help you and your family protect what matters the most with real metals, real service, and real clarity. Here's what sets Kirk Elliott apart. Number one, a bullion-only approach. They focus on investment-grade metals, no overpriced collectibles or gimmicks. That means more precious metals for your money and fair value when it's time to sell. They also have transparent pricing. This is why I recommend them and love using them. Just 8% when you buy and 0 commissions when you sell. No hidden fees ever. Many companies do that. They also give you personalized guidance. You're never just a number. There's no pressure. They give you honest answers and education that put you in control. I want you to go to KEPM.com/Ben. That's KEPM.com/Ben to schedule your personal portfolio review. Ask about today's unique market window and how the current silver to gold ratio might work in your favor. Protect what matters. Visit KEPM.com/Ben or call them.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Time for a sofa. Only machine washable foam blend. Plus 30-day money.
And I'm Travis Holloway. Welcome to the Wealth Break Podcast.
Happens when it doesn't.
Everywhere. Automating tasks, rails, and rewind.
UV is now available out of the box. You can
preventing oral health problems. An innovative tooth fluoride toothpaste.
It is Verdict with Senator Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson with you, and today's episode is going to be a very special one with a very special guest, and I hope that you will take this episode and share it on social media. Also, if you want to watch it on YouTube, it's there. Because, Senator, we're dealing with a very important and also a very tough subject right now that is on the minds of a lot of Americans. And I want you to explain why we decided to do this show and also introduce our guest.
Well, we're going to be focusing today on the rise of radical Islam in America and also the rise of radical Islam across the globe. And we're going to talk about Comrade Mamdani, who we devoted the entire last podcast to his rise in New York, to the very real possibility that we will have a communist, a Marxist jihadist as the next mayor of New York, and how frightening that is. We're going to talk also about the Muslim Brotherhood and what the Muslim Brotherhood is and why I am leading the fight to have the Muslim Brotherhood declared a terrorist organization. We're going to talk about what's happening in Nigeria, about the systematic mass murder of Christians in Nigeria by Boko Haram and other radical Islamic terrorists. And we're also going to talk about Somalia and the prospect of America recognizing Somaliland and how we can fight back against extremist forces in Africa. And all of that, we're going to have this conversation with a special guest. So our guest today is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Ayaan was born in Mogadishu, Somalia, in 1969. She grew up and she was raised as a Muslim. And as she got older, she began to question aspects of her faith. One day, while listening to a sermon on the many ways women should be obedient to their husbands, she couldn't resist asking, must our husbands obey us also? In 1992, Ayaan fled to the Netherlands to escape a forced marriage. There, she was granted asylum and in time citizenship. She quickly learned Dutch and was able to study at the University of Leiden, earning her MA in political science. She worked as a translator for Somali immigrants, and she saw firsthand the inconsistencies, the tensions between liberal Western society and tribal Muslim cultures. From 2003 to 2006, Ayaan served as an elected member of the Dutch parliament. Actually, in 2005, Time magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people in the world. In parliament, she focused on the integration of Muslim immigrants into Dutch society and on fighting for the rights of women. Now, today, she is a research fellow at the Hoover Institution, and she is a founder of the AHA Foundation. And Ayaan, welcome to Verdict.
Senator.
Real possibility that we will have a communist, a Marxist jihadist as the next mayor of New York, and how frightening that is. We're going to talk also about the Muslim Brotherhood and what the Muslim Brotherhood is and why I am leading the fight to have the Muslim Brotherhood declared a terrorist organization. We're going to talk about what's happening in Nigeria, about the systematic mass murder of Christians in Nigeria by Boko Haram and other radical Islamic terrorists. And we're also going to talk about Somalia and the prospect of America recognizing Somaliland and how we can fight back against extremist forces in Africa. And all of that, we're going to have this conversation with a special guest. So our guest today is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Ayaan was born in Mogadishu, Somalia, in 1969. She grew up and she was raised as a Muslim. And as she got older, she began to question aspects of her faith. One day, while listening to a sermon on the many ways women should be obedient to their husbands, she couldn't resist asking, must our husbands obey us also? In 1992, Ayaan fled to the Netherlands to escape a forced marriage. There, she was granted asylum and in time citizenship. She quickly learned Dutch and was able to study at the University of Leiden, earning her MA in political science. She worked as a translator for Somali immigrants, and she saw firsthand the inconsistencies, the tensions between liberal Western society and tribal Muslim cultures. From 2003 to 2006, Ayaan served as an elected member of the Dutch parliament. Actually, in 2005, Time magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people in the world. In parliament, she focused on the integration of Muslim immigrants into Dutch society and on fighting for the rights of women. Now, today, she is a research fellow at the Hoover Institution, and she is a founder of the AHA Foundation. And Ayaan, welcome to Verdict.
Senator, thank you for having me on.
We are very glad to have you. Let's start by just, if you could briefly, I shared a little bit of your bio, but just tell us your story. Tell us your story of the journey you've taken, because it's an extraordinary story, and I think our listeners and viewers would be very interested in hearing it.
Well, thank you. I think you really summarized it very well. I was born in Somalia. I was raised a Muslim in a Muslim family. I was born in a political household. My father was very much influenced by America during the Cold War, when the world was divided into two hemispheres, those that supported the US and those that supported the ideology of USSR. I'm proud to say that my family supported the US, and I don't want to say that my father was entirely secular, but I want to say we suffered as at the hands of communism, at the hands of Islamism, whatever you can say. I'm very intimately familiar with some of these totalitarian ideologies, not from books, but from real experience. And it's one of the reasons why I reject them so completely. But I thought the introduction you gave was fair and very good. And I find myself in the United States a citizen and a very grateful citizen to be American.
So, Jan, tell us, what is Islamism and how does it differ from their well over 1 billion practicing Muslims worldwide? Not every Muslim is an Islamist. What's the difference between the two?
Political Islam, I would say, is in some ways different from general Islam. I know some of my fellow researchers are just going to be really upset with me when I make this distinction. But in practice, when I look at countries like the United Arab Emirates and the leaders of the United Arab Emirates, what they're trying to say is, look, there is Islam as a civilization. We're trying to cope and modernize and this is our national identity, this is our religious identity. But on the other hand, there's political Islam, which is what is promoted by the Muslim Brotherhood. Mm-hmm. And political Islam is a modern movement that was born out of the fall of the Islamic Empire in 1924 when the Ottoman Caliphate fell apart. They developed this ideology, collectivist, totalitarian, which is in pursuit of establishing Islamic dominance over what used to be the Islamic heartlands and then spread out throughout the rest of the world. So we're looking at an Islamist political ideology versus Islam, a civilization. Islam has a lot of problems, and I'm the first one to admit that. But I think as Americans today, our focus should be on political Islam because it's easier to diagnose, it's easier to define. We know what their objectives are, we know who leads them, and we know also that they have formed an alliance with radical communists. Yes. They operate as a subversive effort, which I call da'wah. And then there is, of course, we're familiar with the terrorist or jihadi aspect of it. So complicated, yes, conceptually, but in practice, easy to define, easy to understand, and in my view, easy to combat.
Well, and look, the way I understand it, and you're far more of an expert in this than I, but I draw a distinction between Islamists who seek to enforce not only their faith but Sharia law and to use force and power to forcibly convert others and to forcibly subjugate others to Islam, and for me at least, I use Islamist and jihadist somewhat interchangeably, which is the commitment to using force, to using violence, to dominate and defeat the infidels. And I would draw a distinction. You know, there's some countries, like you take, for example, India, which has a very large Muslim population, but not a very high incidence of Islamism. There's less political Islam there than there is. You look at the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and the willingness to, and in fact the commitment to forcibly subjugate others, it is profoundly dangerous. And I would say, Jan, in my view, Europe is 10 to 20 years ahead of America in this, and that Europe allowed itself to see a full-on invasion, and it really is in many ways captive of the rising Islamist force. America, thankfully, is not there yet, but we can look to Europe as foreshadowing of where things could end up. Do you agree with that assessment? And look, you were a member of the Dutch Parliament, so you have a lot of experience in Europe and seeing what happened to Europe over the last couple of decades.
I completely agree with you. And I think the countries to listen to today are the heartlands of Islam, the rulers of the United Arab Emirates, and maybe even Saudi Arabia, because in 2010, 2011, 2012, I think these countries were before that they were supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. They had welcomed them, they had given them access to their institutions of socialization. And then they discovered that the ideology that the Muslim Brotherhood was committed to was one that wanted to overthrow them. And from that moment, they were able to do that U-turn, where they kicked out, they banned the Muslim Brotherhood, understanding them, number one, to be a subversive effort, and terrorism and jihadism is sort of a tool to help the subversive effort. So the Muslim Brotherhood is banned in the UAE, they're banned in Egypt, in Bahrain, in all of these countries. And I think we should be doing the same thing. The thing about the danger for us in Europe and in the United States is the Muslim Brotherhood comes in legitimately saying, hey, all we're doing is observing religion. We are taking advantage of our freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of, and they're using these freedoms to subvert our own societies. And I think that is the trick for us. You, as a senator in Congress, you're going to have to grapple with the question, how do I deal with a subversive effort like this one that's seeking to destroy our system, while at the same time not violating those freedoms? And that's something that some of these Arab countries don't have to deal with. Singapore doesn't have to deal with. That's our problem. I compare the Muslim Brotherhood. If you ask me, can you explain it to someone who doesn't know? I'll say, hey, if you live in Texas, have you ever been confronted with a termite infestation? When I was little and we lived in Mogadishu, we had termites, and they would eat up into some of these valuable wooden, like my grandmother had this enormous cupboard that she had been moving from Aden in Yemen all the way here. And from one day to the next, the whole thing came. She moved it and it just fell. Wow. And she discovered in the back were these teeny tiny termites that were acting as a colony. They were eating away at it. And that is the Muslim Brotherhood. It's a bottom-up operation. It's decentralized. It's globalized. One day they'll speak the language of peace and unity, and the next, the language of jihad and war. And it's very, very difficult for us to look at this. But because they've been around since 1928, for those of us who really want to see the truth, we can see it. We know how they operate. We know who they are. We know that they go through universities, the media, the elites, through commerce. And so now that we have this big picture, we just need the courage and the political will to say, you are not going to do to the United States what you did to Europe. You're not going to do to Europe what you did to Nigeria and to other parts of Africa, Indonesia, India, etc.
The Muslim Brotherhood seems to be really, I think, smart in a way where it's almost like they have times where they grow while dormant, while peaceful. And as I've studied them more than I honestly ever thought I would, because of what we've seen over the last 15 years, it's like they have these ups and downs where it's like, here's a time to build and be quiet and look like we're peaceful as we plan for the next big thing that we do. Is that part of the reason why they've been able to stay around and continue to grow around the world for so long?
Absolutely. Also because they operate on a different timeline. It's very important to bear that in mind. They know that in the United States, we operate, 2 years to the midterm, 4 years to the presidential election. So they think, these white Western Christians, they have 2-year and 4-year timelines. They have 100-year timeline, 200, 300. As long as Islam becomes dominant and they can impose Sharia, that is their faith. Number one. Number two, they form alliances with organizations and movements that are completely different from them. So for instance, the communist, Marxist, again, infestation that is there to destroy us, they form alliances with them because they have that common goal of, as long as we bring down the structures of America, way down the road, we're going to figure out who is going to dominate. Now, let me give you one hint. In the years prior to 1979 in Iran, the Islamists and the Marxists were operating together. What happened when they succeeded in their goal of destroying the Shah and his regime? The Islamists then destroyed the communists. So that is a warning for the Marxists to say, I don't know who's going to destroy
repeats itself.
Yeah.
So what do you make of the Red-Green Alliance? And that seems to be the energy and passion behind Zohrab Mamdani. What do you make of Mamdani? And as someone who has come from Somalia, who has seen this, how do you assess what's happening in New York?
Well, the way I see it is Mamdani is a reflection of both movements. So he is a watermelon, the son of a watermelon. And he comes in saying...
So explain watermelon to someone who hasn't heard that before.
It's the Red-Green Alliance. If you've ever seen a watermelon, it's green on the outside. We say Islamist or political Islam on the outside, and red, communist or Marxist on the inside. So they have a common objective, which is they hate capitalism. They hate our system of government. They have, each of them, there's the Green Utopia, which is the world is going to be dominated by Islam and we'll have Sharia law and then everything will be well. And then, of course, you have the red, the Marxists, that they're going to destroy capitalism. And
So Ayaan, what does it mean to live under Sharia law? Like, what would it mean for America if the Islamists succeeded as they're moving closer and closer to doing in Europe? What would that mean as a practical matter?
It would mean a great deal of violence, chaos. Women will be the subjects of men. I mean, they'll have absolutely no rights. Non-Muslims will be subjected to the jizya. How do I explain that? It's a lower status for non-Muslims. If you're only people of the book, gosh, if you're Jewish, you're going to be subjected to what Jewish people were subjected to on October 7. You see this.
So you're talking about violence and rape and murder.
Violence, rape, murder. I'm talking about floggings, public floggings. I'm talking about public stonings. Some of the horrors that you now see in Nigeria, you see in parts of Indonesia, you saw in Afghanistan, you still see it. Do you remember how the Taliban had promised a few years ago to the Biden administration, we're going to give women their rights, but they have denied women the right to go to school. They have denied women the right to do anything. Basically, you become sun factories, is what I was told when I was forced into marriage. The man I was about to be married off, he said, "You're going to have 6 sons for me or else." This is well known. I mean, it is going to be, it's going to be the worst human existence you can imagine imagine. It's a death cult.
So Jan, let me ask you why, because on the left, many leftists also consider themselves feminists. And by the way, other leftists consider themselves LGBT activists. Is Islamism consistent with any feminist notion or any notion of LGBT rights?
Absolutely not. Look, in the countries where Sharia law is actually applied, homosexuals, the LGBT community, they're taken to the tallest structures, tallest buildings, towers, whatever, and they're thrown off from there. That is the law. The law is to execute homosexuals. Women are to be covered and not to be seen. They're completely submissive. So that is Sharia law as it is applied anywhere in reality. But there is this political expediency where people who are on the far left, the Antifas of this world, the Mamdani, or one wing of the Mamdani followers, they think we are the ones, once we destroy America, once we destroy the existing structures, they think that they're going to dominate. And that's just not how it works. But hey, why spoil their party? If Ocasio-Cortez thinks that she and Mamdani have something in common, why spoil the party? I think the rest of us are going to say, no, we don't want any of these collectivist, subversive efforts, and ask the question, how is it possible that the capitalist city, the finance city of the world, Manhattan, is about to elect these people?
And what's your take on that? Are you surprised by the rise of Mamdani? What is, given your life experience, is this surprising to you or not?
It's not surprising because in the last 30, 40 years, I think what we have seen is this display of extreme lethal carelessness on the part of American elites where we have come to think of ourselves as invincible. We just think if we have enough materialism, that everybody is going to be attracted to who we are and what we do, and we don't have to worry about these collectivist ideologies. We killed Christianity, we killed spirituality, we turned our backs on our foundational principles, and we're paying the price. And we're paying the price because our institutions of education, from K to 12, the universities, we've allowed these people to take over and to preach. And when I look at a stadium full of people in New York that are cheering on Ocasio-Cortez and Mamdani, I think we are paying the price of this carelessness.
Let me ask you this question. You look at Europe for a second, and as Senator said earlier, hopefully they're 10 to 20 years ahead of us, and that we can actually combat this before it gets to that point. But when you look at Mamdani and AOC and the Ilhan Omars and the others that have really started to grow, and they have a genuine following in the United States of America, how much of the plan of the Muslim Brotherhood and excitement is there to know they have these types of advocates that aren't just saying things, but are getting elected and are becoming more powerful?
So I think there's a scenario where in America, I'm more hopeful because at least 80% of Americans don't believe in this BS. We have people who come from Latin America, places like Venezuela, Cuba. I mean, Senator Cruz, you know this better than I do. People like me, I've lived through that BS, so I know I don't want communism. Okay, I'm not Ilhan Omar.
You've experienced it firsthand.
I've experienced it. Yeah. So if we get it right in America, and I think we can get it right in America, we are in a place maybe where we can be of help and rescue our European counterparts and the rest of Western civilization.
So Ilhan, let me ask a bit more about your personal journey. So you were raised as a Muslim, and you embraced for a period of time political Islamism, and then you came to reject it, and you spent a lot of years as a very vocal atheist. And my understanding is now you become a Christian, and I'd love to hear about why you became a Christian.
I think maybe you should see it as sort of like a ripening, like peeling away. When you first come to Western civilization, you see the glitter and glamour, which is what I saw when I landed in Frankfurt in 1992. My goodness, everything was gleaming, these tall buildings and wealth. And so you go beyond that layer. And I started to ask questions, why are these countries rich and united and solid, while where I come from, even though we claim to have the last prophet and we claim to be superior, morally speaking, why are we living in impoverishment? Why are we here begging for alms? And when I took political science in the University of Leiden, I was lucky enough to have professors that taught me to keep asking questions, to learn how to think, not what to think. And my tribute goes to these professors. One of them recently died, Professor Anderweg, who was really empirical. I mean, he taught me, you've got to understand what is before you talk about what should be. But in any case, I want to say, having lived through and touched the bottom of the promised utopia of Sharia law, the promised utopia of communism, and knowing there is nothing there but death, like poverty. There is nothing there but oppression and suppression. There's nothing there but misery. I'm in a place where now I have come to see that the only way we fight those ideologies is by getting to the bottom of what are then the solid foundations of Western civilization. That is biblical. It's Judeo-Christian. It is the Sermon on the Mount. I mean, there is no denying it. It is the principles on which America is founded on. And right now, America has been served well. But over time, I think if you have two competing ideas, it's the idea of communism, it's the idea of Islamism, and then it's the idea of America. And I want the idea of America to win, and I want to dedicate my life to that.
Amen. Let me ask you, we were talking about the Muslim Brotherhood. for our listeners, tell them what is the Muslim Brotherhood. As you know, I have legislation I've introduced in multiple Congresses to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. And in the first Trump administration, I came close to succeeding. I didn't quite convince the president in the first term to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. I believe I will succeed in the second term. I think we're going to get it designated. But tell us, give us a little bit of history and context of what the Brotherhood is and your judgment on whether it is in fact a terrorist organization and should be designated as such.
I think the challenge for you, Senator Cruz, is going to be that you are going to have to understand the two concepts as you legislate. And it's going to be difficult, but I think you can do it. One part of it is the terrorist aspect of it, which is the application of jihad or violence.
Yep.
The other aspect, the other side of the Muslim Brotherhood is the subversive effort, which we have had. We are an open society. Maybe we'll debate what an open society means or doesn't mean. But it's easy to access open societies if you are a subversive, if you apply the subversive method. And so for you, on a legislative basis, you will have to not only address the terrorist aspect, which carries the violence, but also the da'wah, the subversive part of it. The Muslim Brotherhood was founded in 1928 by a teacher, Hassan al-Banna, in Egypt. And what he understood was that he had to deal with the fragmentation of Islam as he understood it. Islam was no longer an empire. Islam now was subjugated to the European powers that had developed nation states. In the nation state of Egypt, he understood that if he ever wanted to get state power, he would have to work very slowly and bottom up, start with the individual, the family, society. He preached about forming charities. And then over time, and time for them seems a completely different concept than what we have, having persuaded as many people as possible, taking on the levers of the state. That is the method that they apply. They've honed it. This is a method that's now become improved over time. In Arab countries, it no longer works because Arab dominating governments have come to understand that this thing has come for them. So now they work in Europe and in America. They set up mosques and then schools, Islamic centers. They'll apply a whole neighborhood, and over time they want to grow. And like do you remember the litmus paper when you drop?
Sure.
It's just the way it spreads. That is the way they want to take over societies, and they have succeeded. I mean, look at Dearborn, Michigan, for us in the United States of America. But when you go to the UK, France, Sweden, these are societies that are being taken over as they watch it, and they stand there and they all say, there's nothing we can do because the Constitution. So the local constitutions, the national constitutions, have become documents that the Muslim Brotherhood can wave to say, you can't stop us because everything we do is legal. Everything we do is peaceful or nonviolent. They'll apply the violence when they need it. But really, they don't need to apply the violence because with
so explain to an American who has not seen it. You just talked about how European countries were taken over by the Brotherhood and Islamists. Make that real. Explain what that means and what exactly has happened, because I think that is a powerful warning to what could happen here as well.
When I was a member of parliament in 2006, and I was brought in to be the voice of modernity and Westernism. Here's a woman from Somalia, whatever, and look at her. She has assimilated, blah, blah, blah. So they brought me in. But then in 2006, we had local elections. The local elections, the Netherlands is a very small country, and there are 4 large cities: The Hague, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Utrecht. if my party, the VVD, which was the center-right party, wanted to win any of these urban cities, I had to be told to go there and say Islam is a religion of peace. I said, I'm not going to say anything of the sort. I've got 6 armed guards. I'm not going to say Islam is a religion of peace.
Okay, repeat that for a second. You had 6 armed guards. Why is that? Who was trying to kill you?
What the people who were trying to kill me was the protected minority of Muslims, many of them who were radicalized by the local Muslim Brotherhood in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And the local Muslim Brotherhood had control of the larger Muslim communities. And at that point, we knew that not all Muslims in the Netherlands were loyal to them, but it was like the mafia. If you're a Muslim living in the Netherlands in one of these large cities, if they told you vote this way, you vote that way. And so the woman who was sort of sent in there, colored immigrant, whatever, she was saying, I can't win the votes if Ayaan is making these statements about Islam and the position of women and homosexuals and Christians and Jews and all of these things. So in order for me to win the vote or to even be competitive, I have to at least accommodate them in some of these policies. Now, what are the policies that they were looking for? They wanted to enshrine Islamophobia as law. They wanted the government of the Netherlands to leave them alone so that they could treat women the way they wanted. They wanted FGM, they wanted honor killings. They just wanted...
Explain FGM.
Female genital mutilation, that is the cutting of the genitals of women. I mean, it is as a 5-year-old girl, they take, I'm talking to men here, but if you look at the female genitals, you cut the inner labia, the outer labia, and you sew so that, on the day of your wedding, you can be presented to your husband as a virgin. And this is something that predated Islam, but obviously embraced by Muslims and spread across the globe by the Muslim Brotherhood. But these are some of the policies that we had to deal with. They wanted Sharia tribunals for marriage, divorce, and that sort of thing. They were bringing in Sharia in a stealthily way. And if you wanted to win these elections in these large cities, that was in the Netherlands, but now it's in France, it's in Belgium, it's in the United Kingdom, it's all over Europe. Yep. So we're talking about demographics which they control. And so as a politician, I think you understand numbers when it comes to winning elections, and they held those numbers. And this is what you have to understand. So you can't just legislate on the you can't just declare them a terrorist organization. You have to deal with the subversive efforts, the fact that they control schools, boarding schools, centers.
Now, Ayaan, tell us what's happening in Nigeria. And as you know, I've been very vocal calling out the mass murder of Christians. Over 50,000 Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009. Over 20,000 churches and schools have been destroyed, burned to the ground. And you have Boko Haram and other radical Islamic terrorist groups that are targeting and persecuting Christians in particular. And I will tell you, the government of Nigeria is very unhappy with me. They have decried my saying this. I have introduced legislation to designate them a country of special concern. And the government of Nigeria is very unhappy. And I've said, look, there are far too many government leaders who have turned a blind eye to what is happening, who have acquiesced in what is happening, who are enforcing either Sharia laws or blasphemy laws and facilitating the persecution of Christians. And as I said, the Nigerian government has been vigorously resisting me in this. Give me your judgment. What do you see happening in Nigeria, and what do you think is actually the truth?
Nigeria is the most important African country. It has the largest population. And obviously there's a vying for control between, on the one hand, the Islamic states of Nigeria and the Christian states of Nigeria. And it used to be about 50-50, but because the Islamist movement, Boko Haram and others, they want to apply force, the jihadist force, this sort of gruesome killing that we've seen on October 7 in 2023 in Israel.
Yep.
So what is going on in Nigeria? The Islamists in Nigeria are killing Christians. They're burning their churches. They're raping their women. They are invoking blasphemy laws. So in the southern regions of Nigeria, Sharia law is the law. And if you say Ted Cruz has, he said something bad against Islam, you can have a mob come and lynch you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But then the government should be doing something about it, and the government isn't doing anything about it. Now, what is the characteristic of the government of Nigeria? It's corrupt. The elites in Nigeria, whether they're Muslim or whether they're Christian, they're in this bubble. And I think that bubble has to be burst. They're in a comfort bubble. I don't really think that they care about that much about or are held responsible or accountable or transparent for what is going on with a large majority of the Nigerian population. And that's what you see. And we give a lot of money as the United States and legitimacy to this government. We've got to hold them accountable. And I couldn't be more pleased that you are involved in this, Senator Cruz. You're calling them out and you're going to say, if you want to be our ally and our friend, we need you to uphold your end of being a responsible and responsive government. There's a goal.
There are more Christians being murdered in Nigeria than any country on planet Earth. Now, one thing you said that I thought was interesting, and I think many of our listeners will not have heard this before. You said in your judgment Nigeria is the most important African country. Tell our listeners why that is, because many will not have a deep familiarity with that.
It has the largest population. It has oil resources. The population is very young. It's English-speaking, highly educated. Let me just give you an example. Kemi Badenoch, I hope the future Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, is from Nigeria and is Christian. So if we were, in our relationship with right now Russia, China, etc., I think the continent as a whole, the continent of Africa, which is home to over 1 billion people.
Yes, and growing, a young population that is growing significantly.
It's the youngest population, and it's the only population on planet Earth that is growing as rapidly as it's doing.
Right.
And so Nigeria is strategically important. Nigeria is a sort of country that should be our ally. And there is a huge Christian population. That means they share norms and values with us. And we should not be abandoning Nigeria. And so and the population is pro-American. But then they are let down by their government. And I think that can change if we were even to bring a little bit of leverage down on them, because
we have that leverage. What when you say a little bit of leverage, what do you mean? Like what would the leverage look like that you think could literally save lives, especially Christian lives in Nigeria who are being attacked right now?
Well, it starts from the amounts of development aid money that we give them. We could apply sanctions. We could. I mean,
my legislation would sanction particular government officials. So government officials at the local level who are engaged in facilitating and acquiescing in this persecution. And so it's designed to use the power of the U.S. economy and U.S. sanctions to incentivize different behavior.
Absolutely. And incentivize the sort of legitimacy is really important for them to keep their money in America. All of these elites, the private jets, they come and they play in America, and American allies, even when they play in Europe, I think we have a say over that.
Sure.
But I don't want to go into the details of that. But I think we can leverage our influence to make the Nigerian government stop the violence immediately. They have Sharia law in the southern regions. We can, and then we say, oh, human rights, this, that, and the other. Where you have Sharia law, you do not have human rights. Are you crazy?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we need to stand up and we need to fight vigorously to prevent it here in the United States. Okay, final topic, and we're going to wrap up in just a couple of minutes. But you were born in Somalia. As you know, I've publicly called on the Trump administration to recognize Somaliland as a separate and independent nation. Tell our viewers what you think about that, and if you think that makes sense, tell them why.
I think we should reward Somaliland for what they have achieved. They have been, since 1960, I mean, the former dictatorial government, Siad Barre, they were massacred. They were lured into becoming part of Somalia. They became part of Somalia, and they have come to live to regret it. But at the moment, very quickly, they are the only viable nation state. They have a homogeneous population. They speak one language, and there is a narrative of national identity, of common suffering, but also common survival. You know, as a Somali, I will tell you something. I'm an American, but born in Somalia, I will say that one of the things that we Somalis excel at is in vengeance. But the leadership of Somaliland have decided after 1991 that they were not going to channel the energy of their population into vengeance, but into building what is a nation. And they are economically violent. I think that may have oil and gas. I think that they could be a strategic partner. I admire them.
And they want to stand with America. They are standing up courageously with the United States. So it is in our national interest to recognize Somaliland. Amen. To have a major ally on the Horn of Africa that is standing with us. That's significant. And look, I am someone who is very much America first. We should be putting American national security interests first, and recognizing Somaliland enhances those interests.
Absolutely. They are absolutely on the same page as us. And also they have recognized Israel. They have a defined territory. They have a permanent population. They issue passports. But the most important thing is that they hold elections, one man, one vote, for president, for parliament, and local elections. And you can come and survey those and see that they are actually in some ways better than our American elections. And so I think Somaliland should be rewarded for the fact that they have built a nation. They do not rely on development aid. They never relied on US aid. So please liberate them from what is Somalia, Mogadishu, which is just a broken jihadi place.
Well, Ayaan, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for joining us. I think this has been a very informative podcast. I think our listeners are really going to get a lot out of it. Let me encourage our listeners, share this podcast. If you want your friends, your family to understand the threat of political Islam, what it means, what it's meant in Europe, what it means here in America. I think it is an incredibly important topic. It is a very real threat. It is a threat that I am committed to combating. And one of the purposes of this podcast is to equip you, to give you information that when you're talking with your friends and families and colleagues and coworkers, that you know the truth. And Ayaan, I think this has been very, very helpful to our listeners. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted.
Don't forget, we do this show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so hit that subscribe or that auto-download button wherever you are. And like the senator said, please share this on social media. It's on YouTube as well. You can watch it and share it there as well. And the senator and I will see you back here on Friday morning.
Welcome back to Newsday. Now, barely 1 week after President Donald Trump directed the U.S. military to prepare for possible action over claims of a Christian genocide, the U.S. military has now submitted contingency plans for potential strike.
Real for them today in a way that that appetizer for Comey did not, sir.
Yeah, I mean, Comey was their useful idiot, right? And they found him no longer useful, right? With Brennan, he's actually one of the key operators behind all of this, and the Brennan ties directly to Obama, and I think that's what they fear, right? So Look, I'm not confirming or denying anything. I would say this, that I think that NBC and these other outlets are over-reporting what I said. I never said that this special grand jury that's set up in Fort Pierce for January is investigating Crossfire Hurricane. I said I had been pushing very, very, very hard for that to happen for over 3 years, and I'll continue to push very hard for that to happen. I would say to Andrew Weissman, when he's throwing out Rule 60 on grand jury, because he says that how would Mike Davis know about this grand jury? I would tell Andrew Weissman you should probably go look at the court's public docket, because the order's on the court's public docket, you clown. So, maybe he had, too many strawberry daiquiris for lunch again today, but, with his umbrellas. But no, Andrew, sorry, buddy. It's a public document, so shove 60 right up your ass. But anyway, so justice is definitely coming for these lawfare Democrats. They laughed about this before the election. They mocked us for 3 years. Let's see how much Andrew Weissman's snickering over the next 3 years when justice is being delivered.
Mike, MSNBC is being turfed out of 30 Rock. They're leaving the building. They're sending them over to 43rd Street near Times Square. They're taking the name away, and I can tell you the guys at NBC just want to be done with it. And they realize, I think, huge investigation is going to come in. And the media part of this, Mike, as you know, was one of the strongest elements they had, because every night they were leaking. You got Ken Delanian, the spokesman for the FBI. You got, Weissman, the spokesman for the cabal. Every night they drove this with Rachel Maddow. They put out false information from Shifty Schiff. They lied. They knew they were lying. So MSNBC or MS Now, whatever you're going to be next week, you guys are up to your eyeballs in this thing. And don't think people don't know that. We've been talking about this and working behind the scenes for a long time on this one, Mike Davis. Your thoughts?
Well, I would say this. Remember that 18 U.S.C. Section 241, Conspiracy Against Rights, is a very powerful criminal statute. It was passed after the Civil War to take down the Klan. Jack Smith, at the urging of Andrew Weissman and others, used Conspiracy Against Rights to go after President Trump, his top aides, his supporters, to take out MAGA. So they're going to get a healthy dose of their own medicine on 18 U.S.C. Section 241, Conspiracy Against Rights. I call this the dead chicken strategy. If the War Room Posse wants to Google that. And it could go after lawyers, it can go after reporters, it can go after judges. Anyone who conspires to violate the civil rights, the constitutional rights of Americans is subject to 18 U.S.C. Section 241, including reporters at MSNBC.
Mike, you're doing some great writing all around, but I want people to go to Article 3 to get all of it, and also your social media. Where do they go? Article3project.org, article number 3project.org. You can follow us on social media, donate, but only what you can afford. But the War Room Posse superpower is action, action, action. And our action item for the next 3 years is to put these lawfare Democrats, especially Andrew Weissman, in prison for conspiracy against rights. The Viceroy, thank you very much, Mike. I know you're busy today. Thanks for joining us by phone. Appreciate you always.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Davis. We didn't have time. I'll get to Mike. Hopefully not tomorrow, Monday. He clerked for Gorsuch. Knows Gorsuch very well. He managed the process to get Gorsuch approved. About yesterday's Supreme Court hearing, it begins. The Brennan situation kind of kicks it off. Comey was just an appetizer because they were running out of time, right? The statute of limitations. Now it starts getting serious, and I think you're going to see some real momentum on this. And they got very serious people on this, and that's why they're so nervous over at MSNBC. They're very concerned because they understand this thing's going to roll, and it's going to roll hard. So, and you also saw the judge, I think, lighten up Halligan. Man, they hate Halligan. Woohoo! They hate her, which is a good sign. It's inverse. The more they hate them, the better you know they are. Then you know they're getting stuff done. When they're hating on folks, you understand that they're being effective. Okay, Philip Patrick, a lot of turmoil in capital markets today. NASDAQ down, I think, 2%. Why is that? People, I don't know. I think there may be an AI bubble. Remember today, the very first segment, I ripped on the chief financial officer of OpenAI that had the audacity to say, well, we really need government guarantees, loan guarantees. We borrow this money. And I said, hey, fine, you give us 50% of the equity for the American citizens, spread it around. David Sachs comes out right afterwards. Oh, no guarantees, no nothing. He don't want any of that equity taken. Now I got this idea. I think they ought to spread it out to everybody. Every American citizen, a piece of the action. Just a piece, a taste. Just get your beak wet. AI on the retreat today on Wall Street.
America's heart.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No.
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Well, so John Brennan is one of the key figures in what really is a massive and sprawling investigation as envisioned down in South Florida. And the reason it's down there, and that's new, we're reporting today that the U.S. Attorney in South Florida is leading this investigation, is because that's where the Mar-a-Lago search was. And so what they're trying to do here is knit together what they see as an ongoing conspiracy to violate Donald Trump's civil rights that began with the Russia investigation and continued on from Obama administration to Biden administration, and then somehow includes the Jack Smith investigations. It's this unified field theory of persecuting Donald Trump. And John Brennan, of course, was a central figure in the preparation of that 2017 assessment into Russian election interference. And of course, the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation figures into that. How this all shakes out, Katie, is anyone's guess, because we've not seen any evidence connecting any of these things, let alone any wrongdoing. And in point of fact, as you well know, John Durham, the special counsel appointed in the Trump administration, looked exhaustively, particularly at the Russian interference assessment and at the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation, and found no criminal wrongdoing by John Brennan or any other major figure. But here the Justice Department is trying to take another crack at this, as we know.
I think what Ken has just postulated is maybe the most reasonable theory I have heard about how the Justice Department could prosecute this. And what I mean by reasonable is that, by all accounts, John Brennan left government more than 8-9 years ago. Most of the crimes with which one could conceivably think of John Brennan even being remotely charged with would be time barred. The only way that the Department of Justice could potentially get around that is to charge this overarching conspiracy where the last thing done in furtherance of that conspiracy happened in relatively recent memory. Otherwise, if you were to just look at the facts...
Of course, yes, lady. Just watch War Room. We explained that 9 months ago. You're just getting MSNBC's audience going to understand they ain't been paying attention. Better start paying attention. People at MSNBC are going to be indicted. No doubt. Going to be indicted. Part of the conspiracy. And yes, John Brennan is part of the brains of the operation. This is how you go after the deep state. Not to structurally take it apart, but to make sure you put in high relief those that have been running these operations against President Trump and the MAGA movement and the country. Been at this too powerful for too long. They're about to get their comeuppance. They're going to be hiring attorneys, and they're going to be spending millions of dollars, and all of their life is going to be focused on this, keep themselves out of prison. Bolton's going to prison. Comey's going to prison. Brennan's going to prison. Weissman's going to prison. McCabe's going to prison. I could go down the drum list. I got my cheat sheet. Sorry, guys. Trump came back. You never thought that would happen. You tried everything. Bankrupting, put him in all these false charges, all these false felonies to put him in prison, I don't know, for 300 years. And then finally to try to assassinate him, to attempt to assassinate him. None of it worked. Okay, you remember this morning... This is one of my concerns. One of the reasons I signed this proclamation about getting our arms around AI. Right now, they just had an analysis about on these earnings calls. So what happens every quarter, it was once every 90 days essentially, Wall Street, the CFO, the CEO, normally the chairman, come on and the biggest research people that own the stocks and shareholders and the public can just listen in. They have an earnings call. They explain the quarterly reports, and they may get away from this system. They may do it semi-annually. They may do it annually, but they get on every month or every 3 months, and they talk about what's going on. There's some stat out there that like 50,000 mentions of AI. Every company now is talking about AI. You can see these commercials on TV. IBM's got a commercial. They're walking through with like the tech people. They're walking through the office with the one of these faceless cubicle offices where, unfortunately, most of the working public spend their time. They're going through these offices and they're talking to people that in the accounting department, the information department, the CIO, and they're talking about AI. And they go, well, is it really helping his productivity? Well, no, not really. But because our data is not all organized, and they're just going on and on. They're very confusing. They make the point that AI hasn't been harnessed yet, and they're trying to tell the companies that are buying this, hey, maybe it's time now to try to think of a way to harness it. Most of the AI, at least now, and this is not to say that AI doesn't have tremendous potential, but the stocks have run up so high, and it's they're in a virtuous circle. Somebody raises money on this high stock valuations, and they buy equipment, and then the equipment is given to another guy to service, and it's kind of difficult to understand if you're having double and triple accounting, because the whole system and the way it's done is fairly obscure, and the people that are doing this are not really coming out and giving you a lot of pertinent information that can help you decipher and break it down. So that's a lot of top people, the top research analysts and others are trying to understand this and figure out if this is like the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s, the mid to late 1990s, when you put .com on anything and the stock just blew out, and you'd have all these young people on TV, and they were talking, essentially was gobbledygook, didn't make any sense, but the stocks would be on fire, and they could buy company, they could use the stock as an acquisition currency, you could buy other companies with it. Remember what it was, the Time Warner AOL was the worst transaction in, I think, corporate history, where you had Time Warner, this massive media company with all these legacy brands, Warner Brothers Studio, you had HBO, you had Time Magazine, you had all the magazines, half the magazines in the country, and they basically did a stock swap and bought it with AOL stock, which AOL, shortly thereafter started to crash because people realized it didn't really have a economic model to really create value and make money over the long term. This is one of the concerns today. The one thing we do know, it is blowing out a lot of jobs. You're seeing the beginning of an AI jobs apocalypse. This is why I say it just can't be affordability. Don't get sucked into the trap. And a lot of people saying, we're mimicking the words of what Mamdani and others kept talking about, this affordability crisis. It's just not affordability. Affordability is about supply, demand, also about inflation, all of it. But you have another part of the equation, which is really more in Bessent and Trump's wheelhouse, which is growth. We made a bet, the big, beautiful bill, far be it from me to say it was just the politicians on Capitol Hill giving a tax break to the wealthy. Far be it from me to say that. Really, the core of it was a supply-side tax cut to get investment here, capital equipment, and get this economy kick-started. Post-pandemic, the Chinese Communist Party bioweapon and the Biden disaster. So after, 5-6 years of that, to get this thing kick-started on a growth plan predicated upon the investment in capital equipment, plant, all of it. That's what the supply side's about. My concern, as you look at it, is are these stocks too frothy? And is one economic announcement between these companies just adding to the froth? And are they going to back on? Now, what you're also seeing is because that CFO is a smart person. She says, I didn't mean to say that. I was talking about creating an ecosystem of private equity and banks. And, some sort of government, I don't know, involvement. Yo, lady, you were talking about a loan guarantee by the people of the United States, and this is what the elites always do. This is what happened in the collapse in 2008. They always want to set up a system where they socialize the risk, okay, and they keep the upside. Now, what do I mean by that? That sounds like kind of a fancy term. What they do is they want bailouts or guarantees backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. That would be you. All Schmendricks in this audience, that would be you. Like Pogo said, was it? We met the enemy and it is us. That's you. You're you're out of the room and out of the deal, but you're given a guarantee. You're given a guarantee. Just like you bailed out all the elites in 2008, you're given a guarantee. And what do you get? And they keep the upside. They got all the equity. So I said today, and David Sachs came in right after and says, "Oh no, Fed, he's the czar. He's the czar." So the czar came out and said, "No guarantees." Because all I had to do is mention one thing they don't want to talk about. Why the hell are we giving all this government support in creating this vector, creating this sector, right? Creating this sector that's created now trillions of dollars of publicly traded equity value. And the American people got nothing. Here's what you got. You got nothing. Zero. Why is that? That's not capitalism. This is corporatism. This is crony capitalism. This is state capitalism. It can't go on. It cannot go on. This system, I told you, you're going to get a couple of things. You're either going to get Mangione, okay, the guy is shot him. That guy. You're either going to get that. You're either going to get shot in the back, right, by some poster boy, by some fully ripped poster boy that they go gaga over, or you're going to get Zoran. You're going to get either the French Revolution on economics, and by the way, the DSA released today all their demands. You talk about you're picking on Tucker Carlson for anti-Semitism. Look at the DSA. Where's the RJC? Where's Tel Aviv Levin? Since you didn't lift a finger to stop Zoran, of which I said 2 months ago at the National Conservatism here, I gave the speech. The issue for Israel and the Jews are not in Tehran. It is in New York City. They released the DSA comments today, which is the 50% of the apparatus got him elected. Pretty virulent. Not good people. Pretty virulent. Should be dealt with immediately. Short break.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So the CFO came back and said she was just kidding. David Sachs said, "Oh, we're never going to think about that." But they're trying to socialize it. She would never. She's a brilliant woman. She's CFO of a huge tech concern. They're floating it out there. They're just trying to get it out in the ether, right? Saying, "Come back." Well, we mentioned a while ago, and of course the CCP. They're always going to revert back to that. You want to stop the CCP from competing? I got an idea to cut them off from capital, cut them off from technology. Don't let Jensen Huang, Jensen, the agent of influence by the Chinese Communist Party, who wants to sell them the advanced chips in the worst way possible. And thank God President Trump said, "No, we're not going to do that." And then he said in the headlines that's blazing on the Financial Times of London, which I quote, "China will win AI race with America," says NVIDIA's chief. So that's not Steve Bannon beating on the guy. Say, why are you picking on him? Well, I'm picking on him because it's another guy over here like Zoran the Ugandan who is bound and determined to help destroy this country. Bound and determined to help destroy this country. And that may be okay for you, ain't okay for me. Not okay for me at all. And these people got to be called out. This AI thing is leading us not just to what they're doing in the labs, the frontier labs, the 4 or 5 frontier labs of driving totally unregulated. You have more regulation in Capitol Hill to open a nail salon or to have somebody braid your hair than you do on all of artificial intelligence. Let that set with you for a second. working on some of the most dangerous technology, huge potential upside. Don't get me wrong, huge potential upside. Although I do think some of the upside is just hyped. Now you're seeing big job layoffs, so they're going to have lower labor costs. There's no doubt about that. But what does that mean about really creating value? The creation of value. That's all to be seen. But this market's pretty frothy. I think the earnings is like 41 times, for trailing 12 months or something. 41 times. That's a little high. That's a tad high. I think the historical is 15 or 16 times. This is a tad high. It's like right before the financial crash. The investment banks are like leveraged up, 25 to 1. They should be like should be 4 to 1. An investment bank shouldn't be no more than 6, 7 to 1. Max, maybe even less than that. These are like 20 to 1, 25 to 1. That's what happened. That's what Goldman Sachs almost went bankrupt. They were over at Sullivan & Cromwell drafting up the bankruptcy documents when the Secretary of Treasury, Hank Paulson, a former Goldman partner, bailed them out. So Sachs comes out right away. We're not going to do it. You know why? Because we have to have a discussion about this. We got to get this out there, and the war room will do it. A piece of the action. You're not asking for a lot. You're not socialist. You're not asking for government control. The problem we have in this system, it's not a capitalist system. Because you bail out, you socialize, you bail them all out on government bailouts or loan guarantees or all this other stuff they got going on here. They got the corporate guys back here with their hands out all the time. They want, Marshall plans and they want the weapons labs turned over to them. They got their hands out all the time, and they got their lobbyists putting a squeeze on people. Big league, constantly. But you mentioned something like, hey, how about this? How about a little something for the effort? How about like 50% of SpaceX? And people, Bannock's trying to nationalize. Well, I would nationalize SpaceX, but short of that, because it's all government contracts, it's just taking over NASA's launches. It's performing a function. It should be well paid for that function. And maybe even have an entity that makes them some money, some asset value. But not 100% of a company's $400 billion and they own it all and you own nothing? No. The problem with the system, we have a capitalist system with no capitalist. We have a capitalist system with no capitalist. Those kids are coming to these turning point things and lighting guys up. Whether last night it was Eric Trump, the lighten up, and they're lighting up Glenn Beck, and lighting up everybody. And just because they happen to be the hosts, and not because it's Glenn Beck or Eric, it's just because they happen to be the hosts, they're lighting them up. These folks, these kids, and the ones that voted the other day, they're Russian serfs. They don't own anything, and they're not going to own anything. You're not going to have family for your grandparents or my dad and mom were, married at like 18 or 19 and had 5 kids, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and he was a foreman for the phone company. Right? He could live and have a great life, not wealthy, but have a great life, and I mean a great life, and do it on one salary of a blue-collar guy. These people got no shot on a couple of salaries, and the women are saying, "Hey, I'm not so sure about your economic potential, brother. So let me think about this one." And of course, the young women been totally radicalized. You have a capitalist system with no capitalist. The tech bros aren't capitalists; they're corporatists. They're oligarchs. They want to have 100% of everything, have you pay for it, and the devil catch the hindmost. That's what and they got this article out, the new MAGA aristocrats. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You have a populist movement, and you're gonna have a bunch of known guys who don't have done nothing in their world, in their lives, of raise some money around these narrow tech stocks, and all of a sudden they're going to come in. They're going to be the new aristocrats. That's what this country needs. Having managed decline by the elites in this country, what we need. Here's what we need: a new aristocracy. Why didn't I think of that? That's what we need. By a bunch of folks that never done anything in their lives, never been anywhere in their lives, never served the country, never served the military, never done anything in their lives, but they got a stock portfolio. Some of these tech stocks, so man, they're the geniuses. All people like this are geniuses in an age of easy money. when the stock market, you bail them out all the time. We're going to see how genius they are when you get a little downturn. In AI, I'm just saying, it may not happen. I'm not a stock market predictor, but we've had a pretty good run even before the 2008 when I said, "Hey, Let's dump everything and get out of this thing because it's getting a little edgy. Philip Patrick, my man, you've gone through a couple of three of these as an investment banker. I just feel it's so hyped, right? And you're not really seeing the results show up anywhere in any kind of earnings statement because it's very early. But that's why it's kind of overhyped. And now they're coming out and you can kind of see, well, we just want to, the government's got to have a role here. It's got to have a role, not to regulate you, to give you free money, to give you a loan guarantee. You notice they don't say, hey, could you come in and help us think through what's happening here and make sure that there's some guardrails so we're not creating a monster that eats the world? No, they ain't asking for that. No, they want that. They're not going to tolerate that. They don't want anything to do with that. No. Oh, the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese going to take it. Well, hey, we can shut the frickin' Chinese Communist Party down in a second. First off, you get the NVIDIA guy, who's their salesman. He's itching. He's all itchy now to get them chips to him. Hey, it doesn't matter if the Chinese company be good, if the Chinese is going to be fair, it's going to be... Are you nuts, dude? How dumb do you think the American people are? At least if you're trying to hoodwink them, at least show them the respect to be sophisticated. Don't just sit there and go, oh, it doesn't matter if it's a Chinese company, the Chinese company. Yeah, it matters a lot. It matters a lot. Philip Patrick, sir, more than ever, gold is a hedge. Talk to me about it, brother.
Yeah, gold is definitely a hedge. We're seeing that. But to touch on the AI, I think, look, it's clearly a bubble, and every late-stage bubble needs a story. In the 90s, it was the internet. In the 2010s, it was crypto, and today it's AI. But look at valuations across the entire sector. They are completely detached from fundamentals. Even chip makers now admit that they can't meet the unrealistic expectations being priced in. Companies are spending billions now on GPUs and data centers without any clear profit models in mind at all. Meanwhile, we're seeing energy and debt costs exploding, and these are two inputs that you cannot fake. What looks like economic growth is actually overinvestment at the top of the credit cycle. Look at the first half of this year. It was a great example. AI expenditure or expenditure on AI-related stuff, things like data centers, contributed more to GDP than consumer spending, which during normal times is about 2/3 of GDP growth. But the big picture is the one that we talk about all the time, right? US debt's now over 38 trillion, up more than $2 trillion this year. And the Fed's in a tough position. They can't raise rates, but they can't cut without reigniting inflation. We're in an era now of fiscal dominance. Washington is trapped. It needs cheap money to fund deficits. So the Fed's going to be forced to print, not because of growth, but because of insolvency. And tech has become the liquidity sponge, right? AI spending has become the last speculative outlet for cheap credit before it evaporates. You can think of this as the dot-com phase.
Hang on. That is so good. We're going to hit rewind. Go back to fiscal dominance. Just walk through, and you're right, it's a little bit of the trap. This is what I was trying to say this morning, some of the structural elements of the American economy and how it bolts into the world economy. Hit that again for me, Philip.
Fiscal dominance is the position we're in. It's when debt service is driving Fed policy, not fundamentals. And like I said, it's not because of growth, but because of insolvency. We're in a tough position and we're stuck in this loop. And like I said, there's a huge amount of excess liquidity out there, and tech has become that liquidity sponge. It's like the dot-com bubble of the 2020s. And we're in a bad situation. And of course, we've seen this in the past, right? When bubbles burst, liquidity flees to safety, not into more paper claims, but into tangible stores of value. By the way, we got third quarter numbers for gold buying. It's a new record. AI is... Stop. No, stop. From the central banks, it just came out. Tell me about it. Central banks, third quarter numbers, 634 tons in total. For the first 3 quarters of this year. It was 220 tons in the third quarter, a 28% increase on the previous quarter, which, by the way, was a record. They're stepping up significantly. So about the central banks, because the price has been off a little bit,
But the central banks, the buying of physical gold, because you've had, and folks, you got to understand, you're going to get speculators in here. You're going to, because people are seeing there's a chance to make some easy money, right? And so you just got to kind of define. This is why I always send you over to Birch Gold, End of the Dollar Empire. We're not here to say you fish dinner. We're here to teach you how to fish, or to have you, even better, teach yourself. Because the best things you learn as you go back and think about life is not something where somebody a college lecturer lectured you. It's where you really went, whether it's riding a bike or, learning anything, learning how to turn a double play. You have to learn it. You have to do it. You have to think about it, right? And this is what we try to do with the folks at Birch Gold, is give you access to information that you could do that. Why is it important? I'm going to hold you through the break, Philip. Why is it an important indicator for the audience to understand about the central banks now buying, I don't know, is this 5 quarters in a row of record rates of purchase, sir?
I mean, listen, central bank money is the smartest money on the planet, right? They understand currency in a way that we do not. I think it's very clear. They're looking at our debt position, $38 trillion. We cannot get a handle on deficit spending. The debt's exploding. And they know this only ever goes one way. And gold is the solution. Like I said, I bring us back to that Nicholas Taleb interview a couple of months ago, where he told the Bloomberg presenter, the dollar's losing its global reserve currency. And what we're seeing now is a reversion back to the norm. Gold, sound money, is becoming the norm for central bank holdings. And this is a reversion to the rest of history. What we saw from the 80s, this experiment using government debt, it has clearly failed. This is a reversion.
Philip Patrick of Birch Gold. Hang on. We're going to talk a little capital markets, current economics, next in the War Room.
As he talks about the future, here's what he said he believes is possible with a future with millions of Optimus robots in production.
People often talk about eliminating poverty, giving everyone amazing medical care. Well, there's actually only one way to do that, and that's with the Optimus robot. With humanoid robots, you can actually give everyone amazing medical care.
I'm not sure how we're going to get to that point, but that's what Elon Musk is talking about today at the Tesla shareholder meeting in Austin, Texas. One last note, Melissa, in terms of...
Hang on, I can't take it anymore. You talk about a late stage. We are not giving financial advice here. I just want people to know that. We're giving you examples of late stage bubbleism. When Elon gets his $1 trillion, remember, so many things, the value of the company's got to go up like 100 times. When he gets his $1 trillion warrant package, which is what I want for every American citizen. If Elon can get it, why can't you get it? You're paying the bills. The debt's being run up. It's your dollar getting crushed. The inflation's hitting you. Why don't you just get a little something for the action? It could even be, some of it could be out of the money. American citizens first. It's a whole way to do this. People say it's impossible. No, it's not a dream. The things we talk about, it's not like it's the immutable laws of nature. It's not the second law of thermodynamics, that this ownership has to be the ownership. Remember, we're not socialist. We're not Marxist. We're not communist. We're actually capitalist. The problem with our system is we don't have any capitalists. They got all these interviews with kids and polls with kids that come back. These kids hate capitalism. They're all socialists. Well, hey, they never had a shot at capitalism. They're at the receiving end of corporatism. The Russian serfs. Did the Russian serfs sit there and did they love capitalism? No, they'd never seen it. And what they saw of it wasn't good. That's where these kids are. And you remember where the Russian serfs led to. That's the Bolsheviks. And that's what you got in. That's what you got in right now in New York City. I kept warning you at that National Conservative. I said, hey, ain't Tehran where your enemy is right now? Your enemy's in the streets of New York. Look at the DSA. Look at the Democratic Socialist party. Look at DSA of what they want to do with Israel and Jewish people. Look at it. Check it out. We're in dangerous territory. We need more people on our side of the football. We need more capitalists. One way to give them capital is not just better wages, that's income. Let's get them a little buy-in to the financial. Let's get them bought into the financial structure of the country. You can do that by reallocation. It's simple. The government should have stakes in this. These guys are grifting off you. They've socialized the risk. You're the sucker that's going to guarantee the loans. You're the sucker that's paying for all the everything that underpins it. While they put these little companies together and they make it $1 trillion, it's all for them. No, it doesn't work like that. Philip Patrick. Now we're talking, and here's Elon's scam. Every time the reality of the actual operating income model of making automobiles becomes relevant, hey, I don't think this company's going to be worth $3 trillion. He then adds AI. He throws in, now it's robots. Robots are going to, his pitch, robots are going to save humanity. Philip Patrick, you feeling good now?
Sorry, I've never felt.
Oh, there you go.
That was my mistake.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Steve.
That's
First of all,
go
I've never felt more underpaid than I do currently. But all joking aside, I think this is a clear signal that things have gone too far. When Elon can ask his shareholders for $1 trillion paycheck, or when Sam Altman can say with a straight face that he needs $1.5 or $2 trillion for AI data centers, money means nothing to these people, right? Things have gone way too far. But I mean, this is clearly late stage bubbleism, right? When everybody stops pretending money means anything, money's meaningless, it's just an absolute disaster. It's cynical and just nonsense. But it's a reflection of where we sit. Sorry.
This is one the CNBC guy, because remember, CNBC is supposed to be cheerleaders for these companies. That's for the companies. You notice the advertising is all from these companies or guys selling you stocks. So they're not going to sit there and tell you the downside. When Elon makes it things, all medicine in the future is going to be robots, and they come back to the guy's eyes are crossed. Well, he didn't exactly explain how that's going to happen, but he's just tossing it out there. On the day they got to approve his $1 trillion pay package. Philip, I want people to get to Birch Gold. I want them to learn how to work with you guys. Where do they go?
Very simple. birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon. Get the information, a ton of good information. End of the Dollar Empire reports, how and why to invest in gold. It has never been more important than it is today. And then they can reach me on Getter @Philip Patrick.
Philip Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the work you're doing with Birch Gold.
Thank you for having me, Steve.
Go over and learn. The other thing you do, you just take your phone out, text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. Get the ultimate guide. It shows you about the IRAs, 401ks, all of it. What they do is they flood the zone with information to make sure that you've got it so you can make rational decisions. Tomorrow, we've got a great 6 o'clock hour, so stick around. Tomorrow, we're actually going to be going between Children's Health Defense. If we can pull it off. Don't know if we can pull it off because he's going to be at a factory, doing a factory tour. But the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, one of our old colleagues here and one of the contributors to the War Room, is going to be there. And we're going to try to talk about this both the big, beautiful bill and the supply side tax cut to bring capital equipment here, manufacturing back here, right? The bet. Plus what's happening in the Supreme Court on the tariff and trade deal, plus the focus on affordability and bringing prices down, particularly the key. Remember, the key is to drive energy costs down by full spectrum energy dominance. Okay, stick around. Second hour is upon us. The right stuff's going to take us out. I want to thank the folks at Home Title Lock. Right now, and remember, you're lucky enough to own a home. If you're lucky enough to own a home, make sure that every dream you have that's in that home does not turn to a nightmare. What do you do? HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. We were trying to have Natalie Dominguez on today. Didn't pull that off. Maybe tomorrow. I love her. She's done such a great job. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Make sure that no rogue AI, cyber, a rogue attorney, lawyer, friend of the family, buddy of yours, maybe significant other, can get their hands on that title and monetize it. No. That's only for you. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Short break. Back for the second hour next.